never seen an overlay like this. Ooh, I like it. So this is very interesting. So we are seeing the low health crew on the left. We have UWM on the right. Already seeing the pretty much the most consistent bans in the world. Gambit ban immediately. The Venom ban kind of makes sense because of the Feast of the Abyss. The anti-heal that it does enact can be devastating. So they want to get rid of as much anti-heal in the game as possible, protect the Loki for as much healing output as possible, with the runes, of course, in your favor. And then you have Elsa Bloodstone. What could I possibly say about Elsa Bloodstone that has not been said? Elsa Bloodstone has probably been one of, if not the strongest DP duelist in the game for such a long time, and it's because of the fact that she can displace with the with her ultimate. She has such great damage output. She has a trap that really does work. It really does. Other two bans coming in that I also feel have been very impactful bans as for as long as I could really remember. The group ban and specifically the Vanguard Deadpool variation ban as well. And listen, I get it. I'm sorry. I have to laugh because it's so real. Vanguard Pool is such a headache to deal with. I mean, he doesn't care. He's in your face. So both of them being out of the way, I totally understand. Especially for the side of Groot. It's very difficult to deal with Groot, especially one because I think his walls will like heal him now, something like that. One of the changes was absolutely insane to his self-sustainability. So not being able to break these walls, not being able to like at least kill him, is not even worth even dealing with it. Ban Groot, protect Emma. I like that. Love that Emma protect. Her ability to stay alive for an absurd amount of time, do damage, do displacement, do command grabs, do whatever she wants in the game, and still get away with it, is absolutely insane. Same thing with the Mantis protection. I have been hearing around the grapevine that triple strategist has pretty much been the name of the game, especially when you have a Mantis leading the charge, which is, I would say, relatively usual when you're talking about triple strategist compositions and involving Mantis in that conversation. Last bans to round out the ban phase: Black Cat and Daredevil. I can't even get mad about that. Black Cat has been one that I kind of see here and there. Is not something that's super popular, even in the competitive space. However, I don't want to deal with her. Sometimes it's just that simple. I don't want to deal with her. And that's okay, you know? And with that in mind, Daredevil has always been a character that I'm just like, I don't want to deal with that either. Absolutely not. Here we go. Hell's Heaven, finally. I genuinely appreciate everyone's patience, as I have truly talked enough for for now. And we should be getting into these spawn rooms sooner rather than later. And yes, we absolutely are. Let's talk about these rosters. Let's talk about the Strange, the Emma, of course, we had seen get protected, the backline differences. The Loki is mirrored from both sides. One side opts to go for a 2-2-2 backline, or 2-2-2 compositional line. The other side is on a, was it 2-1-3? Yes, it is. 2 Vanguards, 1 Duelist, and 3 Strategists are what makes up Low Health's composition. They're going for a big TP onto the opposition, though, is UWM finding a lone target. The Thing has arrived in my spawn room, and they come out with explosiveness. The runes immediately must get used from History Felix to negate this. Almost this fake dive from UWM, playing such a brawler composition of the Strange and the Emma Frost. However, it all comes out for naught, as it does result in Low Health actually rotating to the point first and foremost, and then only now do we see, it feels like UWM are almost playing on the back foot because of such a, what would have been a really great way to start the fight off, and then it unfortunately gets negated by, of course, the fact that you have an Angela and a Thing who will pretty much not die to being jumped like that, at least not usually. Let's talk about it. Low Health already at 20% of the objective in their favor. Find that first elimination onto the Magneto. That's amazing. Then following up very thoroughly with the Emma as well. 2 down for UWM. Notably, of course, they are Vanguards. So you have no staying power in the engagement. You have no staying power in the fight. So Low Health with really surviving by the skin of their teeth off of a teleport right on top of their forces. They reset. They get the fight win. They get a stagger onto Mrs. LeBeau in the same exact time, who is only 85% away from her fate of both, from her eternal bond. Low Health, however, they're coming up on the clobber time from Wappa. We're almost, I would say, pretty 70% towards the Galtrox is a pretty nice thing to have in your disposal as well. So let's talk about it. Miss Lippo can absolutely walk into this fight, charge up that Eternal Bond, and then just explode this fight here, knowing that low health likely don't have any strategist ultimates to negate it or even mirror it. Wappa has the clobber time, gonna hold on to it as we do see ourselves in the midst of the Eternal Bond that I was talking about earlier, forcing the runes yet again from History. Felix, great use of the TP out, great use of just waiting out the response from UWM as they do actually find a beautiful flip here for the opposition. Now we're going in for the Galtrox. Is anyone inside it? It seems like not, but I see a grab onto the Magneto, and somehow, someway, my Bucky is the one that goes down first. The Clobber Time had connected, finds a single elimination onto the opposition, and the rest of UWM will have to falter here, as Low Health may have rescinded the point for about a quarter of the objective percentage here. However, they quickly reflip it back to 3/4 of the point back in their hand, holding on to a duplicated, mind you, God of Mischief between Large Sweaty Man and History. Felix, Downseeker, mind you, has reversal Elsa Bloodstone Ultimate. The Large Sweaty Man gonna go in with an Eternal Bond copy here. UWM are going to be able to once again kind of redo their fight once more by entering in with the Eternal Bond, knowing, okay, they don't have Clobber Time or anything like that, but they do have History Felix coming in with one of their own. Ooh, coming in with the duplicate of themselves, and oh, it's overtime. They had copied Luigi's Silent, the Soul Resurgence of the Mantis. It's a big fight. Overtime is enacting. I hear the Silent Seduction coming in from Malkath, but it's all a bit too late. You're down the Bucky, who swung over to get a quick TP off of the Strange. But listen, Mrs. LeBeau, it's all up to you to stabilize with the Eternal Bond. And it's not going to happen. It gets displaced by the Angela of Hades. Overtime ticking down. Nikishimi does respawn in time. Do we get a portal? Do we get an extra fight? Do we get an extended fight? We sure will. Luigi coming in with one of his own. Going to be using the Force of Soul Resurgence in the meantime for Low Health to stabilize in the fight. EWM are here, but can they stay? Where goes one? There goes possibly the rest of the team here. They did flip it, by the way. Hold on, pause, rewind. They flipped at some point during that fight. Not sure when, not sure how. That was pretty impressive. Actually garnering up around 20% extra in their favor, but wasn't going to be enough to stop the force of Low Health. Frozen Airfield looked really good, I will say. Looked absolutely fantastic. And a little stat line check here, and you have to really just kind of give a clap over to Low Health. 11-0, multiple. I think the entire team actually having no deaths except for Wreckage, right? Wreckage maybe throwing a little bit one death. No, I'm kidding. That was really well done. Really good survivability from the back line, truly, between History, Luigi, and Wreckage. They're not going to die, and they have hands. That's also the scary part. Strategists that don't die and they have hands forever. Oh, brother. Just let it go. You can see some of the team ups that are enacted, of course, for all of these teams, as well as this is a kind of, again, new patch, figuring out all of the just all the teams you can actually do. It's actually a little bit overwhelming. So please forgive me if I'm not really diving too much into it. I myself am still refreshing myself on every single team up that is now in the game, over 150, I believe. So definitely give me a little bit of grace there. Thank you so much. However, Low Health, I believe, are not swapping. Still, yep, same composition. EWM, though, we're going to see Nikushimi go back over to the Storm, go back over to the Duelist role. Downseeker now on the Bucky this time. Don't forget, Nikushimi was the first one that was on the Bucky. And then, unfortunately, just really couldn't find anything, right? But we're releasing the Galtrox, and there it is. You can see it running all the way around the objective here, putting a little bit of pressure onto the side of UWM, but it's actually going to be ending up in a death onto Zephyrs in the meantime. So you're in a 5v6 disadvantage state for Low Health, something that I don't think they were really expecting right off the bat here going into round 2, being up a round, mind you. The rest of the teams do come through in the elimination. Double kill here for Johnny on Magneto. Let's keep it pushing, let's keep it moving. You have a Kraken's Impact from Dowseeker. You're gonna also have the Meteor M to negate something, right? You can kill the Mantis very early in the Soul Resurgence. You can try to find wreckage in the midst of the Invisible Boundary if you really want to. Nice thing as well. Large Sweaty, oh my gosh, Large Sweaty Man has also gotten a Invisible Boundary of her own, which is gonna be so good to mirror against wreckage. Oh, Zephyr is again dead early though, and we're off the Elsa Bloodstone. Totally fair, very very fair. You also retain a good amount of ult charge, so you're at 50% towards your own Crackers impact. Powers are ours. We are going to use the Soul Resurgence duplicate from low health. This procs forces out the Invis Boundary from Large Sweaty Man. And we're also going to see the Omega Hurricane come through. Reversal is going to be the Invis Boundary coming in from Wreckers just to survive against the Omega Hurricane, which is also being buffed up by the Soul Resurgence. Oh my goodness, can low health survive this absolute insane amount of damage output of just every single ult being poured into the fight here? They do not, is a very quick answer if you would like to know that. Very quick answer, easy to find. This is a whole new crew, whole new team coming in for UWM. They are 75%, 3/4 of the way to point completion. Low health, they're looking a little weak here right now, right? Between round 1 and round 2. But hopefully, you know, about to have the Angelic Retribution. I lied. Hades chooses to swap off Angela right when we have an ultimate. Luigi saves Wapa's life by proccing the Soul Resurgence, and UWM, no, dang it, we don't have anything for this. Especially if you're going to combo Luigi and Zypher's ultimates together, and you kind of bully. You're kind of bullying UWM off the objective here. A little bit of a touch coming in from Large Sweaty Men, thank goodness, but unfortunately all you can really do is force overtime. Force a couple of extra maybe seconds into your favor, and then retreat and lick your wounds. 1 second. You have a lot to go though. From 99%, from 0% to 99%. To hold it, especially as you did expand every ultimate in the game on your own arsenal, right? The Soul Resurgence, of course, was used. The God of Mischief was also used a little bit earlier from History Felix. Closest thing you're gonna have is a nice overtime truly from Wappa. However, you have to find a way to negate it against the Invis Boundary. Ooh, Nikushimi. First one down. Wait a minute, look at the aggression you're seeing from low health right now. Double kill, clobber time committed from Wappa. Double kill will, in fact, come through for the Thing player. And now we're just under the halfway point here of point B. They want point C bad. And we're going to emo. Ooh, I know you feel good. You feel good in the Thing mirror, and you are going to keep it moving, keep it grooving. Mrs. LeBeau, she's going to have a sort of resources of her own. Hades going to negate it with the Sonic Seduction. That's the only thing I'm a little worried about going to his next fight is the Sonic Seduction versus the upcoming ultimates from UWM. Here it is. Resurgence comes in first. Then History Felix comes in with a Invis Boundary duplicate. Meteor M onto whom? We got to find somebody to lose it on, and nobody is going down to the Meteor M from Johnny. Beautiful fight here. Love the Invis Boundary coming in from low health, especially in the face. Or actually, not even in the face, but actually to help out the Sonic Seduction from Hades. Double kill already against UWM. We commit the clobber time anyway, being down 2-3 players. Malik is attempting to stay alive for as long as humanly possible, but you're losing hands, you're losing your members, and Wappa with the W on the field. Low health, flip the point, 99%. A teleport comes through from Johnny. But there's an Omega Hurricane waiting for them on the other side. One down. There goes Johnny. There goes Dowseeker. Large Sweaty Men might be able to get a boundary in time. Not able to. She dies right before we're able to get that ultimate procced up in our favor. We have the Thing left. Johnny flips over to the Spider-Man, but it was a little bit too late. Hell's Heaven. A very, very close round 2 on the Super Soldier Factory, but it does come through with a big win onto low health's hands. Guys, it's only round 1. Please relax. It's not GG's, it's GM. Please relax. Let them know that we are not doing best of 1. We are doing best of 3, first of 2s. I need to make sure they know that before I start leaving my lobby, because we have one extra map to go with. Alright. Amazing. Well done. Truly a well done situation. Really, really good fight from UWM. But again, low health. Just look at the replay. Ooh, we got replays. I know that's right. Look at the replays. I mean, this was the immediate first fight where they tried to go for the portal early on, and then the fight became very extended. So it really did work out much more favorably for low health in the long run. And his boundary just go right in for the opposition. Wow, that was beautiful. Very well done. Clobber time. A lot of clobber times. Really good clobber times as well. A lot of fight-winning ones, really, for low health for the most part. But yeah. This second round was so close, guys. So close. Amazing work from UWM to at least try to go toe-to-toe with low health. Tried their best, but I think the swap over to the Emma was really, really smart from Hades. The ability to just walk with your thing and just make sure, hey, if you're gonna try to attempt to displace the thing, if you're gonna try to stop my other Vanguard from doing his job, I'm just going to grab him, just going to throw you against the wall, and what are you going to do about it, especially on a map like Hell's Heaven, where there's walls everywhere. There's barricades, there's walls, there's so much close proximity that you're forced to play with around an Emma, so it's just like, gotta hold that. You have to hold that if you are UWM Panthers, but again, they kept it so even, which only entices me more into where we're going to go for map number 2. Again, this is a first to 2, and of course, loser will be able to select the map and mode for the subsequent map, and of course, low health, knowing that it will likely be a convoy or convergence, they will be able to choose which side they want to start on first, that being attack or defense. That's the nice little thing about being the winner. You could always choose to defend first, and ideally you want a full hold as long as you possibly can. A lot of my favorite maps to go to for a map 2, or a lot of the favorite maps that I see going to map 2 for a lot of teams, is typically convergence, right? You have a little bit of a hybrid situation going on between domination and convoy into one beautiful package of convergence. And sometimes we'll see Central Park or, Central Park really is the one that I think of, right? And that's the one that people love to play on. I think it's because of just how defensive, how hyper defensive, really, the first part of the map is for defenders. You have a little entryway on the left side where your Spider-Man, your Magics, and people like that can, or Angelas can force, right? You can try to force a view positioning of the defense line by going on that off angle, or you have to go through main. And main is not exactly the most forgiving place to go in the world. It's really not on Central Park. A lot of really good high grounds are granted to the defenders. A lot of really good escape routes are granted to the defenders, especially if you think about Phoenix, Hella. Those are the two I really think of immediately off the bat when it comes to the duelist side of Central Park. And again, I'm assuming that we're going to go Central Park. I'm assuming that's one of the more favorite maps to go to in the event of a map 2. Now, on the other end of things, you could always trace it around. Tokyo 2099, for example. Not Spider Islands, but specifically the Shin Shibuya map. That might actually be something that might be worth going to as well. I need to stop. I need to stop spoiling myself. I know exactly where we're going to go now, but I'll give it a second as we talk through the rest of the convergence maps available, convergence and convoy maps available. And again, it's all of them. Yggdrasil's, Shin Shibuya, Spider Islands. I mean, they're all available, from both map types. However, we do have our map number 2 coming up on deck here. Another map that I have kind of grown to like up until third point, and you can say that for a plethora of these maps, I'm really being honest here. But the Museum of Contemplation seems to be our next map that is pretty much favorable for the side of UWM Panthers to try and attempt to get their footing back on. And I don't really mind it. You know, Museum of Contemplation is a map that almost has the same composition that can be played on it, right? You kind of think of your Penny Parkers, you think of your Groot, you think of your Venoms, Vanguard-wise. Even Double Dinosaur, you can kind of think of him as well, the Dino, in the same breath, where it's like, if you're on defense and you're holding for a long time, what do? You have to find some sort of off angle, and I will give credit where credit's due. the museum does give a couple more escape routes and a couple more off-angle opportunities for your duelists, for your magics, for your Spider-Man, right? Of course, notably the backside of the objective that goes all the way around and where the mini pack is, and as well as through that room on the right side out of the attacker's spawn that goes straight up behind the defense team. So that's also something that that is to be considered when it comes to the Museum of Contemplation. I don't really mind it. Like I said, not really a bad map. It has really grown on me in the past couple of, well, while it's been out, of course. Excuse me. It's grown on me. It really has. I also really love the artistic direction of this map a lot. I love how colorful it is. I love the geometry of it from a purely visual perspective. I'm an artist, so I love really hyper analyzing a lot of these rivals maps and just being like, I just love the way they're designed. They're very beautiful maps, truly. Now we're basically just gonna get confirmation of which side wants to defend, which side wants to attack. And as we load in, I have a feeling that, I don't know, I feel like UWM, although they don't have a choice, since this is their map choice, I feel like if you are the one in the back foot, right, you would want to maybe defend first. See how far you have to go to attack when you flip sides. So we will get our answer in a couple of seconds, but first, let's talk about the bans and picks here. Again, very impactful. A couple of notable ones from last map that might make a reappearance are the Groot, the Gambit for sure, possibly the Angela. That was not banned last game, but I feel like that might be a surefire ban for UWM. But we're gonna swap things around. So the first ban they had last time was Venom. Now we're gonna actually start targeting more of this triple strategist composition line that we already saw low health play at a very high level, at a very good level. The Mantis is already taken out. Honestly, the pioneer, I feel like, of triple strategist is Mantis. When you think of triple strategist, you think of Mantis in there some way, somehow, in some form. In terms of protects, we have the Elsa once again, which, mind you, was swapped off on in round 2 of the of Hell's Heaven. But I don't mind her coming back for this map, because you do have a couple of nice sight lines, especially when you get into, I mean, even first round has from point A has a pretty good sight line. Even point B and some part and a good portion of point C also have pretty good sight lines for the Elsa Bloodstone to get some good value off of for the side of UWM, of course. Group ban, no one's surprised. I don't want to play against Groot on this map either. That's totally fine with me. And we're also going to get the Cloak and Dagger ban, so we don't want to really see enough Eternal Bonds, which yeah. I don't think that needs any explanation from my end of things. I think that's kind of just self-explanatory that we don't really want to see any more Eternal Bonds. I would much rather just see, I don't even know, because we're going to see Loki likely again, right, from both sides. So it's like, they could just kind of duplicate Invises, have Loki Invis backline. Remember when that was actually meta for a while? Like, I think a year ago? That was crazy. Deadpool, ooh, Vanguard pool is getting protected here. I like that a lot. Actually, I don't. I actually don't. But I like that it is now an open option for UWM to play the Vanguard pool, because it's a strong character. It really is one of the stronger of the 3 variations of Deadpool. And they're all strong in their own right, but I do think I get the most tilted playing into the Vanguard variation. Luna Snowban. Fair. I can't get mad about that. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 strategists that are banned here. So again, I think they're looking to pivot us to a Loki and a Invisible backline that I wouldn't be mad at. Having double boundaries is kind of broken, so that's totally fair. Captain America banned for safe measure. Do you want Mosquito in your ear? No, me neither. So I get it. Freedom Charge also in the same breath, I always kind of considered it as a secondary Eternal Bond because of the fact you get shields inside of the lane of the Freedom Charge. So I've always considered it as a budget Eternal Bond for a Vanguard, which is, I think, pretty cool. So if you don't want to deal with Eternal Bond times 2, yeah, I get it. Ban him. If you don't want your backline being harassed the entire time by Captain America, that's also a good chance to ban him, or a good reason to ban him for. Alright. Let's get it. Head-to-heads, we're loading into the Museum of Contemplation. And it does look like, as we get into the game, UWM had decided, or not, sorry, they didn't decide. Low Health decided to attack first. leaving UWM to attempt to defend. Which is, it could be a tall order, it absolutely could be, especially when we're running, we're running a backline actually off the Loki. Large Men, she's gonna be going over to the Silver Fox, White Fox, excuse me, big fan. Fox with the Invisible from Mrs. LeBeau. I am a big fan of it, let's do it. The return of Toxism is also swapping in for UWM here. Okay, because they did have a little bit of a bigger roster. I do remember seeing about a couple people in their roster sheet, so that makes sense. Let me see if Low Health... Nope, Low Health is going to stick with their same main 6 players, holding on to the Loki and the Invisible that I was definitely expecting, honestly, from that backline as the preferred option. The dive from Wappa, though, instead of the Thing, unfortunately, again, results in a first elimination. Not onto Wappa, though. Actually going to be finding the reversal of that onto Zephyrs instead on the Black Cat. Reversal of that does come through in the wayside of losing a Vanguard for UWM, so the defense should start to deteriorate slowly as you only have the Vanguard pool really at your helm, but you already have ult, first of all. Second of all, they are not letting up because they actually got an elimination onto Wappa. This is really good corner hold, hold here for UWM. Because guess what? You peek that corner, you go right into a Bucky shot, right to the face. And then you're going to be respecting the Vanguard pool ultimate here, is what I would say is the beautiful defense again from UWM. A double kill on both the Vanguards from Low Health. We move back. The objective has now been given back in the control of UWM, so it is going to start pushing backwards further and further as we lose about a minute and a half of time. 2.5 minutes is a really amazing amount of time to already stall away from Low Health, and Zephyrs, ooh, with a reversal pick on a Bucky of his own. Boom, 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 boom. Now we gotta start backing up. Now we gotta start respecting a little bit of the aggressiveness of Low Health. We are disappearing. We are getting both these invis boundaries on the field. A Venn diagram has erupted on the field, if you will. And there's a Glass Trout, and also the Kraken's impact. A triple kill. Reversal from Toxism. UWM have held the defense for the next minute at least. This is great. It is absolutely amazing. Good patience. Really good way to use this corner. You really don't need to overextend or anything. You can really just play into your win condition of the silent seduction. Until you lose Johnny, until you lose Toxism to the reversal Kraken's impact from Low Health. Oh, they have ultimates to work with, honey. Diamond Form comes in from the Emma, but unfortunately it's just not enough against almost a 5-man elimination countdown from Zephyrs. Are you kidding me? Johnny goes over a Strange. Do we get a portal in time? We do? No way. I think Johnny did die early on. So very smart. Silent Seduction going one way, the rest of the team going the other way. So look at how well the target priority is looking to be. Beautiful use of the invis boundary, though. That's immediately perfect timing to allow the space to be reworked and given back to Low Health, to allow that meter M from Hades to actually find elimination, to keep this cart moving and grooving. The bus goes to point B, and we have reinvigorated an extra 2.5 minutes back into our time bank. That's not a lot of time. Not a lot of time, because of the fact that you only have 3 minutes. Look at how far up Hades and company need to push up here for Low Health, but at the same time, you want to make sure you get as much card progression as possible. This should help me last longer. Feeling better already. They should know, Low Health should know that UWM don't really have any ultimates in their disposal. We are gonna be, yep, we're gonna go first. Yep, I love that. We're gonna see the Glotros coming in first, displacing a little bit of the members of UWM, but not really finding a official elimination first. So still 6v6, still anybody's first round here. And look at that, the exact timing, the exact moment of impact finds that first kill. It is quickly reversed though. Hades goes down, one Vanguard down, one Duelist down. It all depends on who can possibly be next. We hear the God of Initiative coming in from Large Sweaty Man. The Invis Boundary comes in the nick of time to save her. She procced that at just 1 HP, but even in the midst of the Invis Boundary, Dow Seeker dies to the Bucky, allowing even more Ultras to go towards Zephyrs. We were waiting to live against the Kraken's impact, but it does not happen as there's no more Invis Boundary from low health. The Kraken's impact finds a double refresh, 1 elimination, but nothing thereafter. Here we go. Wappa has really one of the really greatest stun tools in the game, the Clobber Time. If we can combo that with the Bucky ult, that'd be amazing. Look at this. We do see a Clutch come through, and actually before Wappa can actually use the Clobber Time, we've lost the thing. We've lost Luigi. Off of just 1 ultimate from Dow Seeker, they effectively have won the defense yet again. Low health, must retreat, whether they like it or not. A minute left. Not a lot of time. 1 minute left is all that we have. They can hold this. We can go to map 3. That's a beautiful thing. We can go to map 3. We can continue this absolute devastation. And again, all we have done is swapped to the Vanguard pool. That's how impactful this hero is. That's how impactful he can be. That's how devastating it will be for a thing to attempt to mitigate all that damage output. Forces the runes early. Amazing work from Johnny. Even they don't really get any eliminations until right now, of course, kind of singling out Hades in the meantime. The fact that you bait out things like runes, you bait out things like ideally this Invis shield, stuff like that, that's your win condition. 15 seconds. Low health, have 3 ultimates. Hades is going to go for a strange teleport. It has been about a good couple minutes, so we should have it back online here, thankfully. How's our hours? We do see the Invis. No way, we don't touch. Oh my god, I'm so sad. So the teleport was used, instead of it being directly over the objective and at least having someone attempt to go for an over-the-cart touch, no one's there. No one's available to be there. This was such a great 3K from Toxism. Amazing 3K. Oh, the mid-air meter M is such an aura, like, bomb. It's amazing. Wow. A little stat check here. See, from what I could really see very quickly, it was like pretty even actually, for the most part. I think definitely numbers slightly more in favor of UWM for valid reason. We were able to hold. Holding low health though, that was amazing. 30 seconds before you and this is my thing. A lot of teams, I feel like, either they have maps or map type that they're really good on. I think low health is really fantastic on domination. As you can see, they were able to get not only a almost perfect first round, but they also flipped 0 to 99% right on UWM's head, you know? And you see a very important swap here. The Penny Parker from low health, that is basically one of the more common Vanguards to go for this first point of the museum. The Penny Nest should kind of just be set up in around the corner or within that within this room right here, and having the mines kind of connect on the field. Unfortunately, I don't really see that. I think they did break it pretty early. You can see in the right corner a little bit of those mines coming through. But it all is for naught. UWM with a first elimination right onto the opposing Magneto. They gotta lick their wounds. They can't actually allow themselves to stagger out here, because if they do, they're going to lose so much time, so much distance, when it's just there to reset. Lose some meters, but reset here. Wait for your Magneto to come back as soon as he possibly can. Good pressure. Oh, the mines! 26 HP, by the way, is all that was left from the thing. Johnny steps in, though. Finishes what Malik has started. It feels like there's just nothing that can be done to stop the momentum from UWM. This is their win condition. This is what they do very well. They can be aggressive, they can keep pushing, and they are happy to keep it moving. They're gonna get 5 minutes. Yeah, they get 5 minutes. Oh wow. 5 minutes. You're about to have 3 of your 6 ultimates online. Half of them. Kind of leading in charge there versus against low health, who only are closest to Zephyr and Wreckage. Setting up really, really high up. Nicely done. Luigi, I think, finds a kill. I think trapped Johnny inside of the trap, inside of the, yeah, the trap. And then you just kind of lay it into the poor Magneto. Okay, finally a really quick, easy fight win there for low health. They should capitalize on this pretty easily. Here comes it. Invis boundary duplication from large sweaty men, and this is gonna at least help her team keep pushing forward while they overtake the cart again, while they keep going around the corner, at least attempting to do so. Get rid of those runes. No Dowsick. Okay, that's fine. They could either go aggressive, go in with an aggressive impact, and they will. Hold on. Oh, but it's getting very crazy. The Galactros comes through, negates a little bit of that momentum, and that's it. We have a reset of the Kraken's impact from Zephyr as well on the defense side of things. Meter M finds nothing, hits someone square in the noggin, but no one dies for it. No Buckies, trade it off. We gotta go first. Realizes low health as they do proc the Silent Seduction first and foremost. Clobber time gets used as a reversal option. Runes is there from History Felix. So it keeps the team alive really well. Good for them. One more Glartrux, please. Oh, waiter! One more Glartrux, please. On to Hades, on to Wappa. No Vanguard is taken down single-handedly by, of all people, of course, Elsa Bloodstone. Okay, they did go for the Invis boundary from Felix. Okay, I like that option from them. However, it can only last for so long as UWM has a lot more forces to reckon with. Toxin actually tosses over to Starlord of all things. Meter M comes through. Who are you gonna look for? Call courtesy, if you will. They will survive to see another day. But for how long? Another trade-off. Bucky for the Loki for the Invis. Numbers going awry. Time also depleting. We started off with 5 entire minutes. We're going down to just under 2.5, or just around 2.5.
No worries.
That's it. Oh, we got a game 3? We got a game 3, everybody. I love that. And what the nice thing is that we are the last stream, the last game for the Swiss stage, for the round 1 Swiss stage. Everything else has pretty much finished. I will happily tell you guys a quick little update on the bracket real quick and how it's looking, while we wait for these guys to decide where we're going to go for round 3. Which Convergence map are we going to go for round 3? Because we've already exhausted Domination, we've exhausted Convoy. You know, this game has many map modes, all 3 of them. So we gotta go to the 3rd and final one, right? Convergence, I was talking about this a little bit earlier. That's your Central Parks, that is your Midtowns, that is... Oh, not Midtown, I'm thinking of Shin Shibuya. That's your Shin Shibuyas, you know? It's those maps, that's your Bin and T'Challa's, that you gotta think about. So... I mean, where do you want to go after that? That was an amazing defense from UWM. Amazing adaptations. I think this series really does show you what I mean when I come to talk about how quickly you have to adapt your playstyle, how quickly you have to find the answer in shorter series like First to Twos. And I think UWM Panther, they have done that, I think, wholeheartedly, 100%. Excuse me. I got a little bit of allergies going on, but don't mind me. Nice little, that was a really good defense. That was a really good defense. I cannot give my flowers more to UWM. That was really well done. And now we're even. We're going to be the only series in the Swiss stage round 1 that is not a 2-0. Everything else was a 2-0 so far from what I can see. If I don't mind giving y'all a really quick update on the bracket real quick. Listen. Noctua Owls 2-0 against Eclipse Protocol. Then we have Hellstar 2-0 against Okami. Rushed 2-0 against the Junklers. We also have Kaba Team Hippo 2-0 against Salty. And then last but not least, Saints getting a 2-0 over Kill Switch. So we are the only series. Oh, I forgot we had that. I forgot it gets updated in real time. Oh, that's so cool. quick little refresher on the bracket. As you can see, everything I just said, 2 O's across the board for the first round of the Swiss stage in the Summer Splashdown. We are the only series going to round 3. We also start a little bit later, but that's okay. Forgive us. Round 3, though. It makes it all the more all the more okay that we start a little bit later for our streamed match, of course. And again, I want to thank everyone for their patience. I want to thank everyone for tuning in, for supporting Grassroots Marvel Rivals Esports. It means so much to all these players, all these teams, managers, coaches, everyone in between, and even more than that, right? Our production crew, shout out to our TOs actually, helping keep this bracket moving and grooving. I am the one holding your bracket up. You're welcome, Fish. So shout out to Fish TO, amazing person. So finally, we have round 3. They're deciding which convergence map are we going to go to. Again, domination 2-0 in favor of Low Health, going over to Hell's Heaven. We just saw a really good point B hold there from UWM Black Panthers, or Panthers Black, excuse me, on the Museum of Contemplation. Convergence, man. I don't know why I'm only thinking of Shin Shibuya, being in T'Challa, and girl, I just said it. Oh, Central Park. I was just thinking about her. I'm only thinking of those 3 for some reason. Definitely my bad. I know there's another one. I just cannot think of her right now. She's just... Symbiotic Surface. Everybody clap your hands. I did it. We have also Symbiotic Surface as a... Clintar, of course, as the other Convergence map, which is really funny because I actually do like Clintar a lot. I really do like Symbiotic Surface. I don't like Celestial Husk, but I love the Symbiotic Surface. So those are the ones that I do think of the most, of course, when it comes to Convergence. And again, most teams, I think a lot of people can agree with me, they will just kind of default to Central Park if they are the ones looking to get a really good defensive hold here. And I think Low Health can do it. I don't know. I'm trying to think, because if we wanted to go to Shin Shibuya, for example, the Tokyo 2099 map, the one that's very futuristic city kind of vibe, that ends in a kind of temple kind of vibe, you can easily run dive there. And if you recall, when we were introducing our teams, we were introducing our rosters, we saw everyone's favorite heroes, and we saw a good amount of dive. Actually, I can just pull it up right now myself. Hello, like, do your job challenge. You know, so we have a lot of people on Panthers Black that like to play dive. You know, notably Johnny, actually, even though does play a lot of the Vanguard role that we've been seeing in the series, favorite hero is Spider-Man. Same thing with Nikki Shumi, who was in for round 1, had sat out for round 2. That's when we saw Toxism kind of fill in for Nikushimi there. But Nikushimi plays favorites the Magic character, prefers to play her whenever he possibly can. So you have that kind of going in your favor. If you want to go something that is a little more dive heavy, and the other side of things, you don't really see that from Low Health, as they trolled and then put their favorite heroes. I'm calling y'all out on that, but I can see a couple of their most played heroes. You can see the comp that they do like to play, at the very least. We have confirmation of our third and final map, which is the one I did not mention, by the way, which is really funny that I didn't mention this one, because I actually do like the Heart of Heaven a lot. It's another map that had to grow on me for when it was first released, and you know, it's a fun one. I think the Heart of Heaven is a really fun map. It's just it can be really difficult to break that defense. It can be really, really tilting to attempt to break the defense. Oh, I meant Hall of the Dahlia, by the way, not Bin T'Challa. That's the domination map. Hall of the Dahlia is the other conversion map that I was also thinking of. And Lord Manhattan! Oh my god, I'm a fake fan. There's just so many now. I remember there was only like 4. Oh my goodness. Well, Heart of Heaven is also a pretty solid defensive map here. It can be really, really, really difficult to break that defense. Genuinely, like, it is, I think, one of the more difficult maps because of the fact that you are just like you have so much as natural, like straight up a barrier right in front of your face, that being the half shrine that's right in front of the objective. Then you also have these soft off angles, the waterfall, for example, on the right side of the point. You also have the staircase slash like kind of like hiding area of the left side of the point that I do see a lot of people try to navigate towards and kind of just like skip the main way. You want to skip that main entrance way. It's so difficult to break it. It just is. Okay. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. Mantis banned. No triple support for you. Not happening. Absolutely not. No triple strategists. No Gambit. No Mantis. I get it. I shake my hand. It's fine. Elsa. So I do think that a lot of the things we're going to see here, especially for the pick phase, is like going to be the same. That Elsa has been very proficient. Has been very good for UWM in general. Low health? I don't know. They've been kind of flip-flopping with their favorite pick for a little bit. I really can't tell you what they could choose here. They're gonna go dive. I feel it in my soul. I feel it in my heart. I think this map is one you could possibly go dive on, especially if you want to kind of just skip neutral. You can just skip that entire first point, or that first choke area on the objective, and just go around instead. And you really do want to do that on the Heart of the Dragon, because of the fact you just want to completely surround the opposition, because you want to force them into one kill box. Even if you're able to force one strategist into a kill box you've set prematurely as a dive composition, that's your win condition, 100%. UWM are going to ban Black Cat. We did see that get protected last time for our previous map. Didn't really get much play time, so we're going to just ban it outright. We're going to also keep the Vanguard Deadpool variation. That's totally fine. And now we go into the Bucky ban, which I didn't even talk about real quick. My bad. Bucky ban. Makes sense. Guess what? Bucky, we don't want to play against you anymore, because we saw the Toxism like 3k, and I don't want to play against it again. And I say, you know what? I don't blame you. That was really annoying. Oh. I like seeing teams that don't pick another preferred, like a pick there, protect there, because that's just confidence oozing out of low health. I'll say. Like, we don't want to ban anything else. Star-Lord is the other ban, which I'm pretty okay with. It's alright to me, because Star-Lord can definitely be negated by Magneto, which you have been seeing in all the series so far, or all the maps so far. There has been Magneto being played. So Meter M versus Galactic Legend, who's gonna win, you know? So that's to me that I am just like, okay, that's a pretty safe ban. I feel like the Angela ban, they round things off pretty nicely. I'm not mad about it at all. That's a pretty solid one, because we have seen Angela kind of come and go throughout the series between round 1 and round 2. So I think that's totally fair. Angela, another one that can kind of just zoop on over and skip the entire first choke point. So that's totally fine. Here we go. Head to head. Ooh. The Heart of Heaven. I said Heart of the Dragon, I think. Heart of Heaven. It kind of feels like it would be called Heart of the Dragon, though, right? Like, it kind of is just giving the Heart of the Dragon. This is his map. This is my man's map, man. It feels like it should be called Heart of the Dragon, but that's just me. Oh, excuse me. Okay. It's giving Heart of the Dragon, but I know it's Heart of. I always call it Heart of a Dragon. Gosh, it just feels so correct, but I know it's not. Here we go. Composition is looking very interesting. I do like the choice from low health. If you can't beat them, join them. We're gonna have the Vanguard Deadpool from both of these rosters here, alongside Toxism's Namor. We got Dow Seeker back on the Elsa for good reason, of course. Wappa's trying to bring out that Venom again. So again, the dive here from low should work until you kind of see Luigi get pelted down by a squid, kind of in the back line. Wreckage, unfortunately, no worse for wear, goes right back to the spawn room at the exact same time. Low health had been held. And this is also the problem. The composition that UWM is running is very defense heavy. Magneto, Namor, the Fox, the Inviswoman. These are all hyper defensive characters because they have shields, they have a extra little bit DPS output. Of course, cough cough hint hint the squids. Magneto himself is just built to be a defensive character with the two bubbles, with of course his invulnerable shield. So it's gonna be a hard one. I think this would be a little bit more of a difficult one for low health to crack open. But I do think that once they do crack it open, the point from point B to point C will be a breath of fresh air for these guys. I didn't even say how Deadpool is clearly very defensive because of that big old bubble, that big old bubble shield. There it is. Ult comes out first from defenders. GWM looking to find something, right? They're singling out some imperative characters like the Punisher, for example, but nothing really comes to fruition because of the fact that the runes have been used early on from History Felix. Yet again, I do like that they do tend to default back to Loki and Invisibleman, both History Felix and Wreckage. They gotta be really careful because the defensiveness of the Fox and the Invisibleman is really difficult to bear, especially in the face of an Invis boundary that you cannot mirror, you cannot try and attempt to take down. Double kill, again, landing for UWM, a triple, and now it's just a matter of either trying to get some slight staggers onto maybe Luigi, onto History Felix, or you just retreat and retrace your steps and set your defenses right back up. Black Widow, I need the Black Widow PV ASAP, especially post rework, especially in the last minute and a half of trying to get even a single tick of the objective here. One tick is all we're asking for, because then that makes it winnable. If you're not able to get a tick here, you're only able to draw if you are low health. Now, we try to get that Punisher set up on the high ground with a turret. Luigi finds first kill onto Toxism, but it's quickly reversed with a kill onto Wreckage GG. 1v1 are down for UWM and low. We're going to be rocking it with, of course, the Final Judgment. Meteor M comes through, and we're hiding. And we still, even while we're trying to run away from the fight, trying to run away from a hopefully what was going to be a win condition, loses because of the follow up from UWM onto low targets. Final Judgment has been used. Luigi's about to have the Plasma Burst at the very least, which could be pretty impactful. Or I know they kind of reworked it, so actually, excuse me, I need to see exactly what Luigi's going to do. I don't play Black Widow, of course. And I read the patch notes, of course, but I need to see her in action. Really good poke phase, really, between the two Magnetos here. We are going to see an aggressive barrier from Wreckage. I do like that a lot, but the Fox is coming through from Lars Sweaty Men, and she is getting really poked out. And I mean, listen, her Fox is gone. But History Felix is going to come in with a reversal of their own. They try to go for a duplicate here. We do see the Invis boundary actually connect here for a low health. Luigi's getting a double kill. Beautiful. Look at this. Low health have pretty much solidified their win on this objective. One tick down. We lost Luigi to the swiping claws of large sweaty men, but even her prowess is not enough to stop the force of these guys from getting not one, not two, but all three ticks of the Heart of Heaven. Meter M for good measure. Why not? Get back in that spawn room and get out of here. Hades might have died, but it's okay. Our spawn's right there, so it's okay. Here we go. This is why I said I think if low health is able to get through, get this first point, they're able to open the objective up, they will have a much easier time forcing their win condition throughout the rest of the point B and point C. I firmly believe that. They don't have time though. That's the only unfortunate part. They don't have the time to. They don't have the time to dilly-daddle. They don't even really have time to set up that much. You have to just kind of work together and find one pick and go from there. And they do. Thankfully, it talks them the first one down on that Namor, as I was talking about earlier. It allows Hades to actually build up to to the Silent Seduction of his own. Zephyrs actually goes over to the Magic, builds up the Demon Child, and ooh, first kill on the board here for Zephyrs onto Dao Seeker. Of course, it is followed up on, or at least was followed up with the kill onto the Magneto. Nice. I think the objective is now pushing around the bend. Yep, it went upstairs, now going across the bridge here Pretty difficult area to attack sometimes, to finish off strong for attackers. Defenders have a pretty much a solid time being able to reinvigorate themselves in the objective. Nice. The Black Widow really is working. I'm actually really happy to see her be so viable now. It's such a breath of fresh air. Here it comes. The Gartrox comes through. Bappa is taken down. Gone. Reduced to atoms. Smithereens, if you will. Toxism finds a Black Widow of their own. A double kill for both of the Widows comes through. Meter M finds wreckage in the middle of the invis boundary, shutting it down preemptively for low health. Speaking of low health, Hades, no worse for wear. There's the cleanup I'm looking for from UWM. That's what I'm talking about. 30 seconds left. Can they do it again? Can they hold point B? Can they redo their success from the Museum of Contemplation? Can they squeeze out a 2-1 victory in the Swiss stage? Okay, Kumiko is unleashed. Lost what he meant. Is a little bit stunned out here, but still in the Fox form. Barely able to stabilize inside of it. There it is. A Venn diagram on my objective, on my screen. As I speak, Toxism having an ultimate of their own. Unleashes it twofold, threefold. A single kill first onto Zephyrs, and that is an easy follow-up for the rest of UWM. The target priority is amazing. First Duelist, then Vanguard, then the other Vanguard, and then just cleaning up as you go on. No more to be seen. Yet another hold from UWM on the defense. They have done it yet again.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
I agree, let's switch it up.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Of all things to swap to, the Black Widow worked the best. Truly. Little stat line check here as well, and again, I would actually wager that the stat line was looking a lot more even, at least kill wise, in the very beginning of the map, before the point was unlocked, and then momentum just shifted right back towards UWM when Luigi swapped over to Black Widow. And I think we're gonna actually stick to the Black Widow from Luigi, and I wouldn't really mind that. Clearly, he has shown a lot of prowess with the character, and I wouldn't be surprised also Toxism went to a Hiscan of their own that could work. And I think Hela is definitely the option of choice. I do like Hela a lot. Hela, Phoenix, mirroring Black Widow might also be useful for him if he so chooses. However, it just all comes down to how are you going to break this defense from low health. It's one thing to defend yourself, but it's another thing to, you know, do your best. Ooh, someone's on Ultron. I love Ultron. I'm a Rocket Ultron main. I love watching the Ultron. Especially the wasteland, with the Wastelander skin. Oh yes, you have taste! You have taste! We're back with triple strategists. No Mantis, but Ultron has pretty much been a mainstay in triple strategists, again, since he was released. Oh, we're going in real quick, real aggressive. I love the aggressiveness from UWM. Actually works out pretty well for them. Actually, first elimination onto a very slow and easily targetable Ultron from low health. 3 people remain, 2 left, and they're all going to likely just go straight down for the count. Shifley is doing their absolute best to stabilize, but listen, you are just unfortunately going to be shot down by Toxism, proccing actually the Namor team up there with the squid on death. Low health are trying their best to stagger in and waste a little bit of time, but that's all they can really hope to do is waste a little bit of the time bank away from UWM. Because don't forget, when you do cap an objective, you will get regain an extra 2.5 minutes in point B, and then you'll gain a minute and a half in point C. So they're gonna have around like what, 4.5 minutes, 5 minutes here? Yeah, 5.5 minutes back in their disposal.
Help get that vehicle to
To go what?
destination.
160 meters? Oh, brother. And they're pushing up. They have to. Swap does come through. Zephyrs is off of the Ultron, so no more triple strategists coming in from low health. We're actually instead just going to rock it with a 2-2-2 composition here. Zephyrs back on the Namor and actually finds a sneaky kill onto Toxin. You can see that there was a turret or a squid off on that left side of Toxism while they were setting up while he was setting up on that off angle on the high ground. So really sneaky. I like that. I like a little bit of sneaky play from low health. We're chilling. Just chill. You chill under the bridge and you find your win condition. Expel the darkness, beautiful. Keep playing the shield game. Now you start going forward with an aggressive Kumiko. Do we do it? We do. One kill onto the opposing Venom. The invis boundary comes through. It is a little bit of a hair too late, right? Because you don't have Venom in there, but if you can try to keep the rest of your 5 members alive, that is so much more worth it in the mind of low health. Eternal Bond versus the invis boundary. I believe Eternal Bond does tend to last a little bit longer, especially if you couple that with the seduction from Hades. He is forcing everyone to get off of the objective and respect low health now. Double kill, no Hela, but no Cloak and Dagger. That's just going to result in a lot of eliminations. It really could be on either side here. Healing outputs only being facilitated by Wreckage for low health, as History Flux just now respawns and tries to get back with their team. However, UWM are working with the meter M. They're about to work with the Gods of Death from Toxism. And I will say, big kudos to low health. They have effectively forced UWM to stay here for such a long time. And we are constantly finding trades that are more favorable, in my opinion, to low health up until there's a, Gods of Death and no one can block it. The Toxism just finds such a free amount of wins there, well, a lot amount of eliminations in the meantime. Careful. Feast the Abyss. Meter M. Only ultimate online here. Wreckage is going to come up to an invis boundary of their own as well, which is going to be, I think, pretty impactful for the defense side of things. It should be. Until we lose my Vanguard. That's not very good. Touch does come through. We barely survive. Yeah, I'm about to say, I was going to see if Hades actually almost died there. But finds a reversal onto Johnny. Meter M comes through. Who is going to be the target of choice? It goes for History. Felix, you're not going to stabilize in this fight whatsoever. It's going to be a UWM, a 2-1 victory. I cannot believe it. Now we can start saying GG's well played, guys. Now we can start saying GG's. Okay, it was GM earlier. It was... Because if you guys were here in map 1, we were saying GG's by accident. It was first to 2, guys, and I can't believe it. UWM, Lawrence already meant with the MVP on the Fox. And you know what? Good for her. Good for her. 30-2. Hold on. Give me the stats right now. What do you mean we were 30-2? We were half of that in the middle of the swap. 22-3, 20-3. The most deaths we had was 6 deaths from Toxism. And that was only because Toxism was trying to find a character that was going to work for what we were experiencing against low health. And it ended up being the Hela coupled with the Elsa Bloodstone that really just, chef's kiss, showed so much promise to UWM. 14 final eliminations, 13 final eliminations as well. I will also give my kudos where kudos are due. Luigi with 10 final blows on the newly reworked Black Widow. 15-8, by the way. Well done in general, but low health started off so strong with a 1-0, 99% win on Hell's Heaven. And we can see the replays of the entire series right here, right now. Insane. Again, low health had won this first map. Pretty much 2-0, wholeheartedly. And then when it came to escorting a objective, escorting a cart, escorting a bus, or what have you, they seem to just really struggle with regaining their defensive, regaining their posture, regaining that momentum. And like I said, a lot of teams are really good on these style of maps, you're playing in one area and you're rotating around it type of maps versus walking through point A, B, and C. Which is why I think map 3 was so close, is because it was a convergence map. Because it was a little bit of domination and convoy mixed into one beautiful thing. But man, that was a good first series on the objective. I think I gotta give a big shout out to Dow on this Elsa Bloodstone. I gotta. The amount of Gartroxes that we were able to pull off that got like at least 2 or 3 every single time, and even if it didn't get elimination, it would at least displace characters I hate being displaced. Magneto comes to my mind immediately. So again, here is a quick little refresher of the scoreboard: 2-0 into 1-2, back-to-back 1-2s on Convoy, then Convergence for UWM Panthers. I mean, that was fantastic. And we are in Swiss stage. We have 4 matches tonight. That was only one of our 4. We still have round 2 and round 3 and round 4 of NA Swiss to get through. So, again, GG's. Really good first series. Would not be upset about that whatsoever. But we are going to cut to a very quick break. Let our teams, especially these guys, get a little bit of a break before we jump into round number 2. And we're going to see which teams we're going to get for Swiss round 2. Stay tuned. Be back in a couple minutes. welcome back. Thank you so much for just being patient and having us have our little break there. I think our previous teams definitely needed a couple minutes before jumping into the round 2. And I also want to take a quick second to once again thank our amazing co-streamers that we will be having for the entire tournament from today up until Sunday. Today, Weasel Cake is taking the charge on her channel. She'll be streaming, of course, this exact bracket from her own from her own, just thoughts and everything on her own channel. And then from Saturday and Sunday, we're gonna have Beam Bandit on her channel, covering the rest of the NA side of things. So big shout outs to our co-streamers, and I am so grateful for their contributions and just overall uplifting the grassroots community. Again, shout outs to you guys. Now we can get into what we're actually here for. What is going on in round 2? Well, here's round 1. Everything was a 2-0 except for our on-stream series, Low Health versus the UWM Panthers Black crew. Now, round 2. Everything is going to be kind of moved around to accommodate everyone's record, so a lot more closer matches should be coming up as we get deeper and deeper into the Swiss stage. So, Hellstar and Rush, the Saints and Kaba Team Hippo, Noctua Owls versus Panthers Black, then Vitality versus Okami, Eclipse Protocol and Kill Switch, hints, that might be our stream, and of course Junklers versus Low Health. So really cool to see where everyone is falling so far, where all the pieces are going, where the dominoes are going to lie, and what's going to happen between round 2 and round 3. I mean, that's even the next question to ask, of course, and we'll get there in due time. But first, we have to get through the next first to 2 series. We're going to have Eclipse Protocol versus the Kill... Oh, that's my camera being opposite. Eclipse Protocol versus the Kill Switch crew. Exciting stuff. Again, both having a beautiful 2-0 record already, so that's why they're paired up together, of course. And now, let's talk about one of our rosters, Eclipse Protocol. Let's get them on the screen and talk about their starting lineup that we do know of. Soul Reaper, Glorpy, Schlorp 5, Pumpkin Puppy, No Link, Spider-Man Mel, and Pludes are all going to be names you're going to see on the Eclipse Protocol crew. And again, I love looking at the favorite heroes because there's characters. First of all, Animal Crossing backline, Jeff and Rocket could be played here for sure between Pumpkin Puppy and Spider-Man Mel. At the same time, Spider-Man is also a character that we could see come out from No Link, and the Hawkeye favorite, interesting, right, from Pludes. But that's all I have for you guys for Eclipse Protocol. Let's get into their opponent. Kill Switch coming up on deck here, and it's going to see a very different vibe. I don't think a single shared hero between both these rosters. Kaizen, Vamp, Hoshino, Polar, Funkel, and Blitz Bullet are coming up here for your starting 6 lineup. And really, I love how flexible, how different some of these compositions are, just kind of based on the favorite heroes or most played heroes, of course, and that's something to take note of. Again, the return of Magneto can make a comeback. The Angela, big favorite for a lot of Vanguards, I do know. So again, shout outs to all these teams, again, competing, supporting grassroots esports, especially grassroots Marvel Rivals esports. And again, we're getting a return to Hell's Heaven. Why not? You know, going into Hell's Heaven, that was our very first series. That was our very first map in our first series, and that was just a really good 2-0 again for our previous for Low Health. But as you can see, they got a mini reverse swept, so anything can happen in these first 2s. Any minor detail can, no matter how minor it can be your win condition. That's the big thing I want to make sure is well known. So with that in mind, Hell's Heaven, then of course loser will again pick the map and mode of round 2, and so on and so forth. Winner will of course have the chance to decide what side they want to be on, whether it's defense or attack. But I am talking too much into the future. Let's get into the present. Hell's Heaven, a map that is ever changing. It changes a lot on all 3 submaps. Walls move around. There's glass doors that are no longer there. There's this and the third. So that's something that you have to kind of take note of, is just what could possibly go on Hell's Heaven. What bans could we also have? And as I say that, we're going right into the ban phase. Let's talk about it. First ban. Ooh. Yeah, Puppy, I'm so sorry. You can't play Jeff today. I'm so sorry. But it's a little bit of a scary, it's a little bit scary to kind of forego your first ban in favor of a ban that's not really on Gambit or I'll throw Elsa in there. It's really scary not to throw a ban onto one of those two heroes because of how prominent they really are in the grand scheme of things. And I don't know, the Jeff ban is a little bit definitely targeted, 1,000% targeted. However, a little bit worrisome in my opinion. But no one has really decided we're gonna protect Gambit, so maybe it's like a mutual agreement, like, hey, we'll just both play Gambit and we'll call it a day. Speaking of, we have a Punisher ban. We got a Black Panther ban. Have y'all seen? I know y'all have all seen. Yeah, Black Panther needs to be banned. I get it. BP is doing a bajillion damage per second, so it's fine. I totally understand that. Rocket Protection alongside the Devil Dinosaur, both of which are actually really, I think they're really good right now as well. That Devil Dinosaur is one of those characters that just like picks you up, you go over here, and everyone kills you, and it's fine. Venom will be the next protection here alongside the Daredevil Duelist for Kill Switch. And lastly but not least, definitely not least, I do think this is a really good ban here. Penny Parker on any domination map, I'm good. Just kind of keep that ban away from me and we are good to play the game. So Penny Parker being banned out here, definitely understand the premise of it, the idea behind it, as well as the Hela ban. If you really think about one of these sub-maps of Hell's Heaven, really a lot of sub-maps, Hela has really good abilities to just sit on a high ground or sit on some sort of off angle that you can't really easily get to, and you have to kind of hold those daggers right in your face from all the way over yonder with no fall off, by the way. So that's what I get it. Here we go. Hell's Heaven, head to head, Eclipse Protocol, and Kill Switch. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the tournament, and welcome everybody else. Whether you are popping in for the first time, not having seen anything prior. Once again, these are all first to 2 series. So again, it is a lot to demand. Controlling the objective, of course. But adapting on the fly is, I think, the biggest thing you need to be able to accomplish here. In the spawn rooms, you have 10 seconds to go before doors open. And you can see some variations, right? We have the Rocket on both sides. Actually, the Rocket and the Groot together between Soul Reaper and Glorpy will be played here. Spider-Man gonna go over to Luna Snow, which is a backline. You don't really see that often. I mean, you don't really see Luna often, especially when Gambit is actually on the table, which of course Blitz is going to 1000% take note of. Hoshino with an explosive start to the battle. The Cyclops, a duelist that people have really talked about to great length, almost as if it was even there. The Spider-Man of all things finds that first elimination just so quickly. And then following up on that is Soul Reaper. So with that being said, it looks like we will have to unfortunately let go of this point first for Eclipse, and we gotta give it over to Kill Switch in the meantime. Ooh, no Link. I think a little bit over there. Yeah, overextended. No Link does get res though by Soul Reaper's BRB machine. Thank goodness. However, it does seem to be the fact that the Eclipse Protocol are starting to, get dismantled a tiny bit by the Kill Switch crew. They're fighting back slowly though. Oh, it's a cute little Rocket skin. Hey, go back. I'm sorry. I love the little hoodie on him. We're chilling. Snowflake, yeah, Snowflake onto the Cyclops makes complete sense. The Angela's gonna be the biggest thing to deal with, I think, only because of the fact that you're just going to be dived on by the Angela, by the Star-Lord, by the Spider-Man, by the Venom. This is a true dive composition here. Even more so, the Rockets are making it even more difficult to actually secure a solid team fight because of the constant reses from both Bufunkel and Soul Reaper. But we're just in the spawn room. Oh my god, Eclipse Protocol are just in their bag, not allowing a moment of peace for Kill Switch. That's what I would say. The Angela find one pick, and then we suddenly lose 2 people in the entire excursion. Kill Switch have gone up to 75% of the point, though. That is really nicely in their favor. The Rocket is being looked at by Hoshino. Really well done. Good uppercut focus from Hoshino. Now we have the Star-Lord kind of focusing onto the Luna Snow. The turrets are actually being set up on the objective, so you can on the left side, so you can see how respectful Buff Polar is trying to play around the aforementioned squid turrets. But you get to use the Galactic Legend whenever you want, and that's just going to be a 3K for the Star-Lord player. Now we're just in the Eclipse Protocol spawn room for a little bit longer for Kill Switch to just make sure they close out this series, this first round, a perfect 100-0. Nicely done. Great work. Really well done. Now we go to the Super Soldier Factory, which is another map that we did go to earlier. We haven't seen the third sub-map, I believe, in a while. We just haven't, but this one was really good. Really good series. Really good first round. Actually, may I correct myself? The series is not over yet, clearly. Stat line check real quick, and honestly not really surprising from how aggressive and how in control Kill Switch we're playing. However, I don't think it's really the end of the world. I think if you kind of peel for your Rocket and Luna a little bit more often, that might just be a little bit more of that win condition that AOP are looking for more consistently, that Eclipse Protocol are looking for. Because again, if you're allowing Soul Reaper and Spider-Man Mel to get picked off by Hoshido over and over and over again, that's the unfortunate part. That's the part that's going to really make your comp struggle more than it has to. And yes, Luna has the Snowflake. Luna has, of course, her Self-Flake, where she can heal herself, and she's healing others, of course. Those are all fine and dandy. However, when it's Unrelentless, that's when it becomes so much more of a problem. However, the portal right on top of the entire team of Eclipse Protocol, and then they proc not just the Gambit, the Raging Royal Flush, but also continuing that with the Spectacular Spin. Yeah. This is their round. This is definitely their round to play right now. This is their win condition. They feel good. Of course, being Kill Switch, feeling really good about themselves. But check marks are starting to come online for Eclipse Protocol. Nice patience. Really good patience. Really good setting up this dive. Again, it starts off with the Black Cat marking that Luna Snow. Then everyone else follows up onto the back line. Of course, Fate of Both Worlds does get procced here from Spider-Man Mel, and of course she just has to. She's kind of forced to do so after the BRB machine brings her back, but you lose your rocket. The CY machine is going to be used right after the Fate of Both Worlds does end, giving everyone a big damage boost as well as shields over time. And Soul Reaper tries to actually mirror it out. I think a little bit of a misplay from the rocket player from our blue team. The only net positive is that you have now you have traded your rocket ultimates, but there's no advantage coming in for the AOP crew. He's got to show. He's got to respect that. Double kill, triple kill. Ooh, Hoshino and Buff Polar both getting their ones. 2 and 2, actually, if you will. Four men down. Help me! Double kill again. Nice. A little bit over half of the point in the favor of a Kill Switch. Again, Eclipse Protocol are holding on to some of these check marks for dear life, notably the Hawkeye, the Elsa, and of course the Thing. Clover Time might actually be the win condition to get some sort of lead over Kill Switch. So I would think you gotta start running in. You have to do something, but they do have now 4 check marks. We just got the Meter M also coming through online. Buff Polar off the map gets revived. LeBron James indeed, and we lose Blued in the meantime. Again, having the Hawkeye ultimate, having the ability to kill the visions of the other players. Now not even there anymore, only now respawning. 95% of the point in the favor of Kill Switch. Will they be able to touch? I don't even think so. Not a portal, not a Spider-Man, not a swap, not a nothing. That's 200-0 for Eclipse, or excuse me, for Kill Switch. Wow. I mean, that went off without a hitch for these guys. Went off without a hitch. That's cool. That's a really good highlight intro. Shout out to Hoshino for MVP. And I'm kind of inclined to agree. The amount of times that, first of all, 12 final eliminations, final hits is quite insane. But also the fact that we have constantly been able to find first eliminations, especially onto the opposing Rocket or the opposing Luna, I think is a lot more impactful than a lot of people kind of give credit for. And also the fact that you are running a Rocket Gambit. And this was my worry, is the lack of banning out Gambit first has always been something that I am so worried about, especially if you're not going to run the Gambit yourself. If you're planning on running Gambit, do whatever you want. I don't care. If you're not planning on running Gambit, if you're more comfortable on Luna Snow, on Rocket Raccoon, on Mantis, on this and the third, ban out Gambit. That's the only piece of advice that I really do have to give to Eclipse Protocol, is just the... because you're playing the game at X level and without Gambit. you're going to be playing the game in a whole different dimension when you have Gambit on your crew. And that's just because of how impactful his DPS output is. The anti-heal is one of the only characters in the game who has anti-heal. Of course, himself, technically Strange, and Venom all have anti-heal of their own. Wow, it got really bright in here. Nothing changed. It's got darker outside. But on top of that, Raging Royal Flush. What more can I say about Raging Royal Flush? That ultimate is... That is your win condition, 9 times out of 10. Raging Royal Flush, and then you're comboing it with any DPS ultimate, the Spider-Man ultimate. You're comboing it with anything in the world, and it's just like, what do? You know, you can't even react fast enough half the time, and you can try to snow. You can always say, oh, well, the Luna can snowflake the Spider-Man mid. Oh, you could, but not when you're being looked at by a Black Cat who's also on you, on top of Venom, on top of a thing, on top of this and the third, on top of Angela at some point. You know, so this might be a. This one might be a little bit rougher for Eclipse Protocol, as Kill Switch do close out Hell's Heaven in a 2-0 fashion. Again, 200-0. That's impressive. You know, it's very, very, very good to keep that spawn hold for as long as humanly possible. Probably one of the best win conditions we have actually seen on the stream so far. Granted, it's been only one stream, but you know, mind your business. Now we gotta think about, okay, Eclipse, you couldn't do domination. That's fine. What do you do best? Are you good at poke? Are you good at brawl? Can you go to a map, whether convoy convergence? Can you go to a map that can benefit you in some way, shape, or form? Can you go to a map that can help you not be so isolated, not have your backline be isolated by a Spider-Man, by a Black Cat, by a Venom, by an Angela, all of which are being played by Kill Switch? On top of that, do you find it worth trying to target ban some of these aforementioned heroes? These are all questions that will be answered in due time, of course. But it's important to ask now. It's important to think about right here, right now, because otherwise, you will find yourself in an 0-2 situation faster than you can even imagine. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. We're just waiting on our teams to select their next map selection. Specifically Eclipse Protocol, and now that I'm remembering a lot of the game maps are actually in the game and not just like talking about being in T'Challa and Hall of the Jalia and stuff like that. Our previous series was the Museum of Contemplation. That was the second map selection from our previous team. I just saw what it was, so that's why I spoke while I was reading. And I will say it is a convergence map. So they're trying to have a little bit of both, you know, eat their cake and eat it, have the cake and eat it too. Have a little bit of convoy, have a little bit of convergence, have a little bit of domination. Oh no. I don't know how to tell these people that. I'll say a little bit. It's a little bit funny reading the team chat sometimes. I'll tell you the team in a second. But we do, in fact, have our next map selection up on deck here. And I did mention her a little bit earlier as one of my favorite convergence maps to get in comp. I wouldn't necessarily say maybe in official matches, but I do like her in competitive play. It is, in fact, for map 2 going to be the return to Clintar. We're going to go over to that world, the world of the symbiotes. We're going over to the symbiotic surface for map number 2 here, as we, of course, we're going to eventually see who's going to be on the attack and who's going to be on the defense. Someone thought that it was a convoy map, and there's not a single convoy map that has a Clintar. Clintar is in domination and in convergence, but it's not in convoy. Trust me. There are, which is interesting. Actually, I didn't really notice this. Each world that the maps are in are in at least 2 of the game modes. For example, Yggdrasil it has a domination and a convoy variant. Or Asgard. May I actually correct myself? Asgard has a convoy and a domination variant. Clintar has a domination and a convergence map. Wakanda has a domination and a convergence map as well. It's very interesting. I think it's a really cool little thing to take note of. Midtown and Wait, do we? Ooh, Midtown, Central Park, and Lower Manhattan are shared between Convoy and Convergence, which is actually very interesting. Those three having to be in those only 2 categories. That's just me thinking about stuff. I just like to theorize, like to see things and theorize. I'm just talking until we are able to get in the game. But yeah, no, we're not. Trying to figure out if are we going to Domination twice? Because Celestial Husk is a Domination map. Either way, you know, you're. I'm just like, Ma, please leave me alone. I'm sorry. Because I'm reading the match chat with the players, and someone says Symbiotic Surface is not a convoy map or is a convoy map, and I'm like, no, it's not. Okay. All right, Symbiotic Surface, like I said, is our map number 2, and the Celestial Husk is in fact a domination map for future reference. And we don't do duplicated. Okay, in best of 3, we just don't do duplicated map types. If you're in a best of 5, it's different. A lot of times they'll have domination sprinkled in like map 1, 3, and 5, and then you'll have Convoy and Convergence in map 2 and 4 in some way, shape, or form. But not in a best of 3. In best of 3, you're gonna hold these 3 maps wholeheartedly. You have to. The thing, though, is with Symbiotic Surface, winner, of course, gets to decide exactly which one they want to do, attack or defense. And it is going to be Kill Switch opting to attack first, and the Eclipse Protocol are going to defend first. And, of course, that's what Kill Switch wanted. They wanted to attack first, which is totally fine. And as I predicted, I think some of the more early bans we're going to get are targeted bans. Spider-Man's the first one to go down on the Clintar. On Symbiotic Surface, you can absolutely see, like, if you're walking out of spawn, Spider-Man on my left side pulls you out, and boom, you're off the map in the first 2 seconds. Something to take note of. Oh, sorry. I thought I saw something. We're all good, though. Punisher and Penny Parker protection. Punisher, pretty strong. I mean, you can kind of give him the team up or some sort, and he just kind of just damage. That's really the biggest thing, is just trying to break open this defense as much as you possibly can. And who has one of the highest damage outputs in the game? It's gonna be Punisher. Scarlet Witch ban. I apologize. My face. Let's fix it. Scarlet Witch ban is interesting because I don't know why. And it could just be like a precautionary, just like ban in general. Like if they want to go something that is easily counterable by Scarlet Witch, which I think in dive sometimes Scarlet Witch can be a really good asset to stop a dive, because she can really hyper protect her backline by turning around and just aiming in the general direction of a Magic, of a Spider-Man, of a whoever is really harassing my backline. BP, of course, which is not banned yet, by the way. BP has not been banned by Eclipse whatsoever, and mind you, they banned him. I think the second ban was a Black Panther ban. And instead, they traded off for an Angela ban and a Star-Lord ban. So Black Panther's online here. Not Jeff, not Scarlet Witch, not Spider-Man, Angela, or Star-Lord, or Cloak and Dagger. Mitigating the strategist pool a tiny bit there, but I'm assuming we're probably going to go right back to Gambit, Invisalign, Rocket, and Luna, respectively. Of course, Kill Switch rocking the Gambit, and Eclipse keeping up with the Rocket and Luna. And I don't hate the bans. I don't really hate the picking bans. I do wish that there was a Gambit ban, though. That's the biggest thing. I do wish that there was one. But, you know. Do what you will. Symbiotic Surface. Like I said, it's one of my favorites. Definitely one of my favorites in the world. Good map. You know, I actually am quite shocked that we went over to Symbiotic Surface over the Hall of Jalia, for example, over Central Park. Because this is not a favorite map for a lot of people, and I totally get why. But I think they do feel like if we go with the Penny Parker, maybe the Rocket team up, I think, is maybe what we should have.
3, 2, 1.
This could inhibit any sort of aggressive dive from Kill Switch very quickly. Well, they're really gonna go in with the Punisher going in by himself in the main way, and then we're gonna also go for a backhand teleport right towards the Rocket beacon. Now, Pumpkin Pumpkin Puppy with a first kill onto Kaizen. Amazing work already. Trading it off the Duelist for one of the Vanguards, though. Not the best trade to have. However, look at how well look how good the peel was. The peel onto a Vanguard, by the way, from a strategist. The the Fox comes through with a really good teleport shield onto Buff Polar, and then you can see that we're just finishing off the fight very nicely there. Funko actually finds a revive onto Blitz Bullet, who did die early, a little bit earlier than I expected, but came back right at the very tail end of that attack. They're gonna have like 5.5 minutes. Wow. Yeah. Kaizen, we are in there. My Punisher, where's my Punisher going? Kaizen's just in there at all times. Oh, Buff Polar has disconnected. I did see Buff Polar on that Strange, right? I saw Buff Polar kind of on the high ground and standing still for a little bit. So hopefully we do come back ASAP. Whether or not teams want to get pause here is definitely up to them. So if Killswitch has not asked for pause yet, they can keep it going. Infinite Ammo Rocket, I know that's right. This is what I missed. Infinite Ammo shotgun clicks, it probably feels so good to have that back for every Punisher in the world. Nice! Love the aggressiveness from Kaizen there. You might die in the meantime, but listen, on low-key, not that bad. Not that bad for Killswitch. Again, the biggest unfortunate part is just the lack of a Vanguard. Buff Polar, again, has not reconnected quite yet back into the fight here. But, you know, Eclipses are just... they're holding. And Buff Polar is back. Thankfully, Buff Polar does come back to the fight here. Having two Vanguards is really good here. Right back in favor of a Killswitch. And clearly you can see how quickly the reversal of that does come through. They are immediately taking down this fight. Immediately opening up the field here to clear the rest of point A with minimal worry. They are very close to that Punisher ultimate, the Final Judgment, which is going to be just insane amount of damage output. I'm not sure if Kaizen is going to want to wait for Bufunko to get the COA machine to damage boost it, which has been a combination for ever and ever and ever since its inception. When Namor, forced the bubble very early, gets rid of the turret, needs a little bit of healing, but on the drop down, takes the shotgun right to Pluder's face, and even though Plude does get revived, everyone else is just unfortunately dead from Killswitch. Or because it's Killswitch, not dead from them. Killswitch are going to be able to just kind of clear through this first point with relative ease. Refreshing another minute and a half to their time banking, and now under 5-minute time bank to get through point C here. They had to walk into the... yeah, just the Namor ultimate, the CYA machine from Soul Reaper, who does die unfortunately to the shotgun only Punisher we've been seeing from Kaizen. You might as well, we have the infinite ammo available to you. Where'd you come from? CYA machine just to try to keep everyone alive, but it results in a double kill. I don't think there's no BRB machine actually up yet because it was so far forward, so far removed from the fight. I don't think Funko was ready to need to have it ready to be to be used. I didn't mention this, which is my bad, but there is a 1-3-2 composition going on for Killswitch, whereas Eclipse are trying to at least just keep it simple with a 2-2-2 composition here. But again, the damage output is way too much to bear. Way too much to bear, you know. We try to go for Eye of Agamotto from Glorpy. It's just completely negated by, of all people, the Rocket Raccoon, who's so overly aggressive. The Final Adjustment is still online. Cart is still progressing with or without a body on it. Their goal is just to keep these guys in the spawn room as long as humanly possible. The Iron Man swap coming in from Buff Polar, so we officially have no Vanguards for Killswitch. It's just 2 strategists and 4 DPS with a dream. The cart is still moving and grooving. Not very fast, may I add. However, it's getting there. Definitely getting there. Nice double kill here again. And we can actually see a little bit of a contesting coming in from Eclipse Protocol. Results in a kill onto Pumpkin Puppy and Pludes as well. We're stuck in the spawn room. We see the swap over to the Gambit. Having the Region Royal Flush from No Link. This could, I mean, I'm hoping could be the go button. But they need to make it happen now. Before, of course, the bomb comes through for Buff Polar. Here it is. It's here. Dash gets used early on to the Gambit. 1 kill, double kill actually. No Gambit, no thing available to the side of Eclipse Protocol. Point will in fact get the full cap here with not a single soul on it. Ooh, oh. I wish that was a little bit closer. I wish they were able to touch that at the very end of the day because they had a boundary available to them. 2.5 minutes is what was left over from that first phase of the of round 2 of map 2. Now we switch sides. Now we're gonna have to see how Eclipse Protocol are going to attack the defenses of Kill Switch. Little stat line check, a couple of ones here and there for our newly found attack team. But again, the defense was just a little bit weak. They couldn't really walk out. They couldn't really find a composition that worked whatsoever. So they had to find something else that can work instead. They're going to try to keep the Punisher. I think that's not a bad option whatsoever. But I do want to say maybe a backline swap. Maybe having... Or even better, have people start doing some role swaps. So don't forget, Pumpkin was actually the one who was on Vanguard for a little bit there. And then actually decided, yeah, he's just not going to want to play Vanguard anymore. We're going to go over to Rocket ourselves. We're going to see Glorpy and Soul actually take up the Vanguard mantle on their own terms. Okay, and also the Hela, which I think is a not too shabby of a selection here. I think Hela's actually great on Symbiotic Surface. I do tend to struggle against a really good Hela on this map. Because you can kind of see everything. Is this gonna work? Hold on. I'm sipping my water. I'm gonna see if this works, guys.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Nice. We have monitors and they're on. Thank goodness. Did not work that time, buddy. It worked on my observer though, and we're back. Thank goodness. It did. It worked on one person. One person. No, really good winners from Eclipse. It could have been a 50-50 if someone did jump into it. Maybe the thing if we ran out way too far up. Double kill again coming in for Kill Switch. They do lose Hoshino though, who dies to the opposing Hela. However, it comes down to the fact that there are numbers in the favor of Eclipse Protocol by default. You kind of just have to win this fight, while the rest of the Kill Switch are trying to come back from the spawn room to regain their defensive positioning. Nice off angle. They have a good idea of where to go, what to do, how to position. Hoshino needs to be stopped though. On the Black Panther, they are. Finds 1 kill. It is followed up on very nicely by Satan. Satan's Vamp. And that's it. Cleanup crew is here. Okay. Once again, running a Vanguardless composition line for our defenders. Because Protocol are trying. That's all I can really give them, right? 2.5 minutes is still a good amount of time to work with. They don't know if the PP is there. 1, 2. Actually, Invisible Man finds a way out. Thank goodness for Spider-Man Mel. I think she kind of just went invis. I think she just used her invis cooldown to just kind of disrupt the dive there from Hoshino. And as quickly as we do get a kill into Kaizen, it's reverted by the big machine. Bass is here to help out, and yep, help out it did. Triple kill for Kaizen, quadruple kill of all things with the shotgun. Of course, we're gonna see another double from Buffunko and and Hoshino on BP. Minute 45 is all that's left. So let's do it. See what a machine is. The only thing online. No Link is actually staggered out or taken down first. However you want to kind of look at it in that way. You have to wait another couple of seconds just to wait for your entire team to be ready to walk. Oh, nice push. Ooh, okay, Spider-Man Mel. Nice. Great push from her. Let's keep moving. Let's keep it moving and grooving. One-on-one trade-off. Duelist for duelist. Bar for bar. Band for band. Eye for eye. But there goes Satan. We're walking. It's still very much eye to eye, bar for bar, but we get res at least, so No Link is back in the fight, and we do see Kaizen's kind of on this really big off angle. Comes back, jukes him real quick. No Link, the bullets of a regular gun versus the shotgun. Who comes out on top? It's gonna be Flood coming in to interrupt that 1v1 for a second there, but it's very much quickly resolved by Buff Polar. 45 seconds left. Glorpy should have a TP here. Oh, is what I would say. Be careful. They know that's coming right on to... Oh, the aim zone, actually. Maybe trying to bait out the ultimate, but... Fire ML did not allow it to get ripped open yet. One kill, double kill. Okay, again, a lot of trade-offs. No Rocket, no Storm. No Link. Hoshino is still a menace in this back. Like how much damage we're getting as well from that from the team up with the Hulk. 7 seconds, 6 seconds. Executioner in my face. So Reaper finds a kill onto Kaizen and Hoshino, but can anyone make there in time? No, we're running, but it's all for naught. 2-0 here for Kill Switch. They move on, undefeated so far in the Swiss stage. MVP goes to whom? Because it could be really any one of those players on the team. Good full hold. Good full hold. Really, really well done. Hoshino, yeah, MVP on Black Panther. Cannot get mad about that one. I got to see I love this skin, by the way. I got to see the amount of limbs we were getting, too. I mean, it just felt like there's just no letting go of the gas pedal. Ah, yes, Fashion 2, my favorite Swiss team right now. No, it's Kill Switch, of course. They do get a 19, 15, and 16 final hits, respectively. The Punisher, the Hela, and I think the Black Panther. Not in that order. I think it was Punisher, then BP, then Hela, in that order for the final hits. Not really surprised. Not surprised with how well they played together, how well they negated so many of these options from Eclipse, all the way from that first map of of Hell's Heaven, up until the Symbiotic Surface. It felt like EOP could not do anything. No, that's what I'm talking about when it comes to the anti-heal, the from in this game. It's just really not worth playing into a Gambit who can constantly proc anti-heal. And thankfully, you know, Killswitch did not play Gambit in that second round, in that second map. But it's still he's still such an impactful character. It's always, I think, worth it to take him out. Take him out of the fray, get him out of the way. Play Invis, play Mantis. Play Rocket, play Luna, play Lily, anybody else in your arsenal. Buff Puller should have died here 1000%, but again, the TP in from the White Fox just to keep my man alive. And the fact that it was enough to keep Polar alive, by the way. That's also a thing I want to take note of. The fact that it was just enough to keep him alive was even better for Killswitch. Yeah, I don't have any complaints. I have no notes for the way that Killswitch are playing. No notes at all. Really well done. Really good swaps. Really good awareness. Really good target priority. Amazing following up with Kaizen playing shotgun only Punisher. That was good. Very, very good. Very quick series from us, right? Hell's Heaven and Symbiotic Surfers 0-2 and then 1-2. In favor of Killswitch there. Eclipse Protocol now 1-1 in the standings. Not too shabby. Not too shabby indeed. In fact, speaking of standings, we can actually take a quick gander at the updated bracket on Challenge. Shout out to Challenge being there for like a bajillion years. Vitality also gets a 2-0. Panthers Black finished not to Owls in a 2-0 fashion as well. Oh my goodness, they are on a roll. Okay, UWM, you enrolling? Like, okay. I have my diploma, I'm sorry. I can't enroll in there. But if I could, y'all enrolling? Because this is amazing. A 2-0 after such a close 2-1 victory. Oh, the Panthers are ones to definitely look out for. We will wait on the rest of our matches between Hellstar Rush, the Saints, Kappa Hippo, and Junklers and Low Health. Which they should be hopefully finishing up in the next 10 to 15 minutes, I would say, if you're thinking about if you're giving them the grace of like a map 3. Yeah, should finish around that amount of time. We are gonna take a quick little, or maybe a little bit of an extended break here, just to wait for our Swiss round 3 to get ourselves started. But again, congrats to Killswitch, a 2-0 back-to-back and almost undefeated. I almost wish I could see your first map and see how that went as well. But like I said, we're going to take a very quick break, and we'll see you guys for round 3 of the Summer Showdown. Hello, hello, hello. We have finally made it to round 3 of the Swiss stage for the summer Splashdown, not Showdown as I had said previously. My bad on that. And we have our match ready and locked and loaded. It is the Noctua Owls versus Team Salty here. And once again, I have to give a big shout out to our co-streamers for the weekend. Today, we do have one who is currently live and I think was playing quick play during that little break we were taking. A big shout out to Weasel Cake, who is currently co-streaming our match as we speak. And then over the rest of the weekend, we're going to have Beeman and Bandit come and fill in for the Saturday and Sundays brackets for North America specifically, okay? Again, big shout outs to our co-streamers. This is really, really cool to have them highlight this tournament. So again, love them, and please go support everything they both do. Now we can actually get into where is the Swiss stage, like what's going on, what's round 3 looking like. Well, this is what it looks like from the challenge website. As you can see, it is still able to kind of get these matches ideally closer and closer together. Of course, people that are 0-2, 1-1, 2-0 are all matched together right now with the appropriate record of for each team. So right now, as I said, our next match is going to be Noctua Owls and Salty, match number 17 technically. And as you can see, some of our previous stream people, so we have Eclipse Protocol and Low Health together right now. We have Kill Switch up against Junklers. We have, of course, well, I think it's all of them, right? I think we're actually going to buy for low health. Yeah, they got a little bye. Good for them. So this is the rest of the round 3. Saints, Hellstar, Panthers, Black, Vitality, Hippo, Rush, Junklers, Kill Switch, and then our match, and then Eclipse and low health. That's, oh no, they're right there. I'm just blind. Ignore me. They're right there. It's been a very long day, and we're going to keep it moving, keep it pushing. Round 3 coming up your way. Noctua Owls and Salty in the first to 2. Here we go. We have been on, all these matches have all been on Burn to Charlotte, to be completely fair. So hopefully we get something a little bit different. But before we get into our first map, we're going to talk about Noctua Owls and their roster coming up right here, right now. Let's talk about it. We have Bender Gender, we have Story Kara, we have Nymph Dehydrated, we have Zelda 737, we of course have Infant Savage, and Nick and Rue coming through for Noctua Owls. Big shout outs to these guys for sticking it through. It's been a very long night and not going to get any shorter. Let's keep it moving. We have Salty coming up on deck as their next matchup. We have Salty Quentin. Oh, I see where the name comes from. Beautiful. Salty Quentin. We have Nikki Bub, Pokey Golden, XX Tox XX, Shelby, and Barry Liam 1604. This is the rosters. These are their favorite characters to play, and or most played characters, of course. And it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a fun one. It has been absolute banger after banger since we started the Swiss round on round 1, map 3. Then round 2 was a 2-0 in favor of Kill Switch, and then now we're here finally for round number 3, seeing exactly who is going to get their dub here in the first to 2. And as always, it has constantly been Hell's Heaven for the map 1, and today is no different. We're going to see Hell's Heaven as the round 3 selection here for round 1, not Baron T'Challa. I'm just trying to project that into the world, you know, I'm just trying to do that. But it's still going to be Hell's Heaven, a very much ever-changing map. It moves around, it does things, paint platforms go around, and that's pretty much but the gist of Hell's Heaven. Really good for a lot of Brawl compositions. We did see a little bit of success with some Angela compositions that are a little more fire-based, but most of the time we've been seeing more Emmas, more Things, more Strangers, more Magnetos kind of taking the helm here on Hell's Heaven. Backlines have been very flexible between, we've been seeing Rocket, Luna, Loki, Invis, very popular right now. Same thing with the Cloak and Dagger. We did get the rare appearance of a Gambit, because he wasn't banned actually. So we also saw Gambit on this map for a little bit, as well as different compositional makeups. Like we have had, I think, almost everything under the sun, save for all, you know, all supports, all DPS, all tanks. You know, we've had 222, we've had 132, we've had we haven't had 213 yet. But yes, we have. We actually have had 213. We've also had, I think, 1, 2, and 3 as well. So we have a lot of variations that I have been really loving seeing throughout the entire Swiss bracket so far up until this point. Now, I love that both of these teams are yellow. So don't get confused, guys. I got you. I'll guide you on this journey. Let's keep it moving, keep it pushing. I think they're still deciding lineups, of course, because I think both teams do have a couple of extra players under their belt, or at least in their rosters. And of course, rosters are locked. Something I do gotta mention real quick here. Rosters are locked, meaning you are not really allowed to substitute somebody in that is not previously on the roster. As of, I think it was like 7 o'clock today was the cut, or technically 6:59 EST was the cutoff for roster swap. So a lot of teams kind of think ahead. They get a couple other players to sign onto their roster, so they have more than 6 players. And if something happens, swap them in, and we are all good. So there's no ringers or anything like that available to any teams in the case of disconnects, in the case of acts of God, like anything like that. You gotta deal with it, right? So what I was gonna say about the ringer stuff. There's one more thing I wanted to mention real quick, but it'll come to me in due time. But thankfully, we are loading into Hell's Heaven as we speak. I see everybody on my screen getting into the lobby, connecting as soon as they possibly can, and that's pretty much all we're looking forward to. Bans have also been really flexible, I will say. Now they're actually getting into the bans sooner rather than later. Bans have been really flexible. It has been a combination of a lot of Gambit bans, which of course you're gonna see right there, the Gambit and the Magneto. Okay, that's a new one. Magneto being banned here, not really one you see that often, even in like regular play. Magneto is one of those tanks that even I'm like, I can't really get mad if a Magneto outplays me. Good for him, actually. Trying to play Magneto in the big 26 and doing it very well, because he's such a cool, well-rounded Vanguard in this game. I've always really, really enjoyed Magneto's kit since the get-go. Anyway, with the next protection coming up on deck here, we have Wolverine, a character I have not really seen in the limelight since I would actually humbly say season 1 and 2, where it was kind of Groot and Wolverine banned over and over and over again. You would never, if you played Wolverine, no, you didn't. No, you didn't, unless you were playing quick play. On the reverse of that, it's going to be the Elsa Bloodstone protection coming in from Noctua Owls, as well as the Angela ban. Another character that has been really, really prominent on Domination has been Angela, whether she's running it down with the thing or she's doing her own thing literally in the backline. She's just kind of there to annoy your backline, displace your DPS or something like that, and you really want to deal with that, especially on a map like Hell's Heaven, which does offer opportunities to take them off the map, and there they go. We do also have a ban onto Phoenix. This is a ban that I think is a pretty good satisfactory ban because it's a really protective ban. It's a really good, just like, I don't really want to deal with Phoenix. She can be very strong in the right hands. Let's just keep it safe and keep it moving. We can actually open up the floor to playing Hela, playing Rocket. 2 characters. We can Hela because you can replace her with Phoenix, or you can replace Phoenix with Hela, and Rocket because your deployments will not get destroyed by the Ansong Inferno. Rounding off, of course, our last protections are going to be Jeff and Cloak and Dagger, so going to be kind of using those on some strategists to keep the strategist pool pretty alive in lieu of the Gambit ban. And lastly, at least for Noctua Owls, we are going to see the Hulk get banned out here, so negating that extra bit of survivability, that extra little bit of dive potential in favor of living. Just straight up living. This is a first. Ooh, this is a first. We have not seen Jubilee get played, nor have we seen her actually get banned until right here, right now. Most teams have really, and actually I almost forgot she was in the game now. I mentioned her very, very beginning because she is allowed to be played. She is 100% allowed to be played in this tournament series post-release, and no one's played her yet. A lot of people have been playing Invis, Cloak and Dagger. Loki hasn't played more than Jubilee, I believe. So to see Jubilee just get banned out means we're definitely not going to see her this time. But it kind of gives me a little bit of hope that maybe Noctua Owls maybe do have a Jubilee in their arsenal that we might see come up into into map 2, maybe into round 3, if we get to that point. And as I said, as the Swiss stage does get more and more developed, as of course this is the second to last round of the Swiss stages here for the summer Splashdown, we should be having much closer matches, and also in light of that, we should also be getting matches that have similar ranks between the teams. So I did kind of peep the ranks of everybody here, and everyone's around the same area. Diamond was the average I saw in this specific series, so this should be a pretty even match. Now, unfortunately, Beryllium did disconnect, so we are gonna see someone from the side of Salt. They will ask for a pause really quickly here because again, Beryllium is nowhere to be found. which is fine. It has happened a couple of times. I think it actually happened in one of our series, but they didn't ask for a pause because they were just like, it's fine. It was a little bit funny, but just for teams that are maybe watching this stream right now, which you shouldn't be, you should also be playing your games. But whatever, I digress. If you need a pause, absolutely ask for it. Your captain can also ask for a pause, can request one, and it will be granted by our amazing observer. Shout out to Blizzard, observing all these matches, hosting the lobbies, and all that jazz. Love the guy. So yeah, so problem is that I'm getting some word right now. Beryllium unfortunately did get a crash. Who was surprised? It is Marvel Rivals and UE5, you know? So it happens. So hopefully we can get Beryllium back in the lobby as soon as humanly possible, boot up that computer again, get back in the game, get the launcher, load shaders, and then we should be good to go. In the meantime, I can at least talk a little bit about, maybe I shouldn't because of the fact that there is a delay and we might be watching. So actually, I will not talk about the current compositions until we're back in game, or at least until I see Beryllium actually reconnect back into the servers. But the comps are very interesting, and they are kind of reminiscent of what we have seen previously in our domination maps, in our convergence maps as well. A lot of the backline and the front line has kind of been repping these two compositions for a little bit. Oh, I remember what I was going to say, guys. Another thing about the rosters, another thing about starting games and everything, because we did have something kind of pop up a little bit earlier. Of course, when you are starting a game, you must start your games in a 6v6 situation. But once I believe the spawn doors open and someone disconnects, and they cannot come back, you can 100% choose somebody to you can choose to continue out in a 6v5. Okay, that's something I wanted to touch on it, but I got distracted, unfortunately. I just completely forgot what I was going to talk about. But yeah, so it looks like we are going to get some admin approval from some stuff. So we're going to go right back over to me, of course, and we're going to talk a little bit more about the Summer Splashdown. We're going to talk a little bit more CGL because I think it really is important to, again, uplift grassroots communities, grassroots tournament series, and things like that, because the fact that, hey, someone has to be running these, and people want to run these, and people want to compete in them. They should come together and make a tournament series, and we have. Okay, CGL, again, I have to say big shout out to CGL for being able to host Marvel Rivals after, and are continuing to host their Overwatch stuff. Again, 10 years of that under their belt, which is across multiple tournament series, seasonal series, GOATS tournaments, and stuff like that. So they're stepping their foot into the ring for Marvel Rivals, and a lot of the crew have very much familiarity with the game. So it was only a matter of time before we finally got the CGL Marvel Rivals variation. And as you guys can see, Beryllium is back, baby! We're on that Jeff, and we do see, as I mentioned, the compositions very interesting. And as I said, you have seen a couple of these before, right? We have Dehydration on the Thing, we have Zelda on Emma Frost. So that frontline has been really popular. We saw it all the way back in our first round, and even our round B as well. However, it is going to be a lot of survivability being asked of for Story Kara. As you can see, that health will go drop so many times. Fight is pretty much at a stalemate, but finally we do see one death onto Dehydrated, the Thing out of the way, but Zelda and the crew are trying their best to run away without really losing any other members, because you don't really want to like commit to staying in a space and then stagger yourself out. So as you can see, it is going to be all up to Infant and Story Carrier to keep up the team while we wait for Dehydration to come back. Thankfully, Salty on the other hand, they're doing a great job. Is what I would say. Shelby goes down first. She was on that Captain America. She can't survive any longer in that brawl space against a Zelda, against a Emma Frost. Excuse me. Actually, double that. Double kill here for the Emma, as well as combining the CYA machine to kind of live a little bit more cohesively against the Omega Hurricane from Nikki Bub. And finally, it's going to be the reversal, right? The flip back of the point towards Noctua Owls, because Salt did, guess what? They were able to kind of bring around 30% away from Noctua in the middle of that engagement. Poke Golden, about 80% to the Kumiho, of course. And the nice thing about playing Cloak and Dagger is that you're always going to have an ultimate in the back pocket. You're always gonna have Eternal Bond about every fight and a half, which of course Enfant already has ready to use. Now we're gonna use the silent seduction first, kind of bullying Salt away from trying to touch the objective. Infinite ammo on the field here for Nick, are allowing that team up to, one, make a comeback, and two, be so good for this Punisher to build up to that final judgment, which of course now we do have. The Shigo comes in from Poke Golden, but we're burning that Fox way down, barely able to stay alive within the fight, and now we're gonna see that final judgment, as I mentioned, kind of help assist Dr. Owls in cleaning up what has been a really extended fight there. I think it started at around 35%, and we're at 73%, mind you. Salt need to back up and reset. They have Freedom Charge. They have the finals. They have the Last Stand. They have... It's Jeff. They have a Eye of Agamotto. I don't think Salty Quentin needs to TP yet, because Tox is set up for a touch, and I think Dehydrated knows that the Wolverine's up there, but can't really do much about it. Oh no, actually did not know. Freedom Charge comes through. Love this. It's kind of like a budget. I call it the budget Eternal Bond. The Eye of Agamotto, I think, got canceled by Berylliums. It's Jeff eating up their own teammates, and then spinning them right back out to try to stabilize against Eternal Bond from Enfant. But it all kind of works out a little bit for Salty, especially if you're able to use and actually break open the rest of this fight here with the Jeff Nado. Actually, there it is, a double whammy. An oldie but a goodie is that one. CYA Machine completely dismantled to the ground. And just like that, Salty may have used every ultimate in the bank, except for a Last Stand, but my god, was it worth it in the end. Shout out to Shelby's Freedom Charge, by the way. That was a really good charge there for her team. Genuinely, really well done. I will say I'm a little bit scared because, you know, you're going to come in with the Final Stand versus the Clobber Time. And I will also throw in Emma Frost's ultimate as well, the Sonic Seduction. So it's like, okay, are we able to make sure Poke Golden and Beryllium are not going to get taken up by the Seduction? That's the big thing. Well, Clobber Time comes in, it stuns two. Beryllium and Salt are both stunned in the main in the impact zone, but no follow-up up until Dehydrated finds a new target. Not any of the ones that were stunned from the Clobber Time. Instead, it's going to be the back line, at least half of it. There goes Poke Golden. There goes Nikki Bub. I'm waiting for this final stand to be used, but it looks like this last stand to be used, but we're not going to expend it. We're gonna wait, and hold on to it for such a long time. It's 99%. Salty is still respawning with 4 seconds left to go. We don't even have time for a portal. Gold. Oh, Poke Golden's gonna try to be a little sneaky with it, but nah, cannot get there in time. I'm so upset that Tox was not able to proc the final stand at some point. That should have been, or the Last Stand. I always get Final Judgment and Last Stand confused. I got you, yo. So, Last Stand, which is held for the entire fight. At any point, that ult could have absolutely been used. Maybe onto Story, onto, you know, her rocket. Maybe you could use it onto the Cloak and Dagger. Maybe post Cloak Fade, right, for example. Still a close fight. It ended up being a 99% to a 99% engagement anyway, which is what I do expect as we get further and further into the, what's it called? Into the Swiss stages. As you can see, the stat lines don't lie. I do think the MVP right now is Dehydrated, which I'm also, one second, I'm Dehydrated. I think Dehydrated is the one to look at right now. I think the thing right now in general, having been so consistently played between our first series up until right now, really does speak a lot to how good the character is at the current moment. My rocket. We didn't dash up the wall. I saw that. Fellow rocket player, so I've been there. When I mess up my dash, I'm like, oh, I got reset the whole match, please. Just restart real quick for me. Noctua are already there. The Owls are ready for a little bit of hunting, a little bit of predator action. There we go. Nice little engagement here from Dehydrated, and it actually ends up with Shelby kind of just tanking a couple of shotgun shells right to her face. Thankfully, she comes back. Of course, I think she is on the where is she? I can't see her name. Oh, there she is, on Strange right now. And there's Poke Golden coming in with the the boundary. Reversal of that is going to be story character coming in with the CGL machine of her own. However, it gets broken. Oh, not broken. Sorry, the invis boundary goes down. No one's able to break it in time. So Noctua Owls are basically living off of an insane amount of DPS output from the damage boost factor of the CGL machine. And again, Tox has yet to use the last stand. That should really be your response to the CGL machine, possibly. Maybe even just to kind of force out Rocket, maybe even just to kind of bait out something from your backline, because otherwise we can't leave that CGL machine up, especially when you're running things like Punisher yourself. You can't let it stay up like that. The Owls are holding Salty a little bit behind now. We're gonna release a glass claw. Oh, look how many people are in it. 3, I think people are inside of the glass grow. Oh my goodness, a quadruple, quintuple. Okay, Pokego gets res in the middle of that, but you're gonna get one of the first sextuples in the game, because what do you mean you got basically a 7k from the res, from everyone dying to the glass trial? Are you kidding me? That was beautiful. Absolutely fantastic work from the Owls, from Dino, actually. Just ripping it open in that main way. 5 ultimates online for Salty here. We're going to go for rotation. As you can see, the point is starting to flip around, moving the entryway a tiny bit. And I think that does kind of mess up the Hydrate a little bit. My man could not go in. My man could not walk because, first of all, the walls are moving. There is a damage-boosted Punisher ult right in your face, as well as a final stand somewhere in the engagement. And we stagger out the Emma Frost. This is a winning opportunity here for Salty. And even better, they flipped the point before it got too haywire. 66%, not that bad to work against. You can easily use the Iwagamoto, the Sonic Seduction, and kind of drag out that percentage even more and more, up to 99%. My thing is, we do definitely have to wait. We have to figure out a way to avoid the Clobber Time devastation, to avoid the Sonic Seduction. Now, the big shield from Shelby is going to help out a lot here for her team. However, you need to make sure that you don't get Clobber Time right after the fact if that shield does break. But we're going to go first with the Iwagamoto. 2 stunned out. 1 is the Cloak and Dagger, who will get res, of course, by the Rocket. So that might force a Eternal Bond, possibly. But no, it feels like we're just going to see the team of Noctua Owls just chill out for a second. Nikki with a quadruple, I believe, just off the Punisher shotgun. All by, pretty much almost all by themselves in that moment. Okay. As I was looking for, the Eternal Bond, Zelda dies early. Not exactly what we want to see, but thankfully, again, BRB Machine, no one early dies early. Now we have everyone back in the fight, even Fields here. One more Clobber Time, please. It gets 3 people, the Rocket, the Punisher, and the Emma. Beryllium is not followed up on by anybody, but Shelby dies to the Punisher ultimate, gets revived to get back with her team. And now we have both Vanguards back in the field here. It's a battle of the Punisher ultimates, a battle of the last final judgments, and it's gonna be Nikki who finds the advantage in his own favor. The Glass Trial finds nothing besides a couple of bullets right in the face, and we're 99% for Salty, actually waiting, hoping, baring their teeth to get into a round number 3. Nikki and Nick are both trade off. I didn't even realize both of them were on Punisher with very similar names. It's a 5v5, 5v4 disadvantage for Noctua Owls. The Hydration is kind of hoping and praying we can stabilize on that thing, but no one's there to help him out whatsoever. Salty, they're going to bring us over to round 3. We have a little bit of a touch. Hold on. Punisher, or not Punisher, the turret was out for a second, but it was very easily overwhelmed by Salty. They see a teleporter. They sneeze in the eyes of danger from Noctua Owls, and they say, no, you will bring us to round 3, and we will win this series at some point. Okay, hold on. I'm doing all this light work. Thank you. We have made it to round 3, our second, or not a second, we didn't get round 3 in one of our earlier matches, but it was a really, really close series there, and now we're going to our first round 3 of domination. We've been to game 3 already in our first series. Can we do it again? Well, I'm, of course, looking at the script, so it says yes, we're going to go to round 3. That's the script that I'm going to leak for y'all. Ooh, call me Tom Holland. Okay. We are, in fact, going to see the scoreboards real quick. We are, yeah, pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, 13 final limbs so far from Nikki. I think Nick himself is also at 7 final limbs. Dehydrated, leading the charge at 11 final hits at the same time. Yeah. This is a really, really close-knit game. Round 1 was a little bit scary, but still worked out really well for Noctua Owls. Salty, though, they just cleared the second round. Once they got stabilized, once they found their win condition, and now they are also going into this round 3 with 2.5 ultimates. I would say 3, 4, almost 5 ultimates actually, because we're very close to both strategists' ultimates. We're very close to the Silent Seduction from Quinty on the Emma Frost. We're gonna go first. A Eye of Agamotto comes through. It completely whips. Not a single soul was done. Oh, that's CC. Help Shelby. Help her. Help her. Help me. She's screaming. She got kicked, thrown. This, that, and the third. And she survives. Tox does get revived, thank goodness, as we see the Silent Seduction. We actually get proc there. So both the Vanguard ultimates have been expended. We're going to also follow that up with a finally, a really good last stand. Yes, you might have died there. Yes, you might have traded for the rocket, but you traded. You traded a strategist for a duelist, which in my opinion is always such a more favorable trade to make than anything else. Let's get that out of the way. Owls have, I'll say they have all 6. Is that crazy to say? Do they have all 6? I think they have all 6 here. Salty don't. Salty have 3, but they have 2 defensive ultimates, or 2 ultimates that could be used somewhat defensively or offensively. Of course, the Rocket Series machine is a very, it can be a little bit of both because of the shield factor of it. But that's what I'm a little scared of. What's going to happen when you do Silent Seduction alongside the Punisher last final judgment? Well, you try to hide behind the boundary, but then here comes a random Eye of Agamotto coming in from over yonder, and the Owls, unfortunately, they lose that fight off of a redemption Eye of Agamotto from Shelby. Because don't forget, the first one that she had to do, it didn't really get anybody. Now, she does do a little bit of an overextension, a little bit of overstay of her welcome. The BR machine definitely brings her back from what could have been a really fatal fight mistake. Oh, like I said, displacement, CC all over the place with the way that the Noctua Owls are playing. Another one, thank you. Whoa! We had fly, but I don't think the Hydra had the time to get out of the grab and then actually proc the startup of that fly back to the point. Amazing pick there from Tox in general. Look how far up Salty is playing as well. Diamond Form, Eternal Bond all over the field here for the Owls. This should be enough to them to stabilize and actually overtake the objective here from Salty. That's why I would say Tox goes in for the self-elimination, getting the trade-off, and it's not even worth it because the BRB machine bringing back that Cloak and Dagger. Comes Eye of Agamotto from Dehydrated instead. Oh, we cannot be committing Silent Seduction when we are at 1 HP. It's okay to leave the objective. It's okay to let it go, even if temporarily, because you know for a fact every ultimate from the Owls has been expended. They have nothing. They have CA Machine. They're gonna have the Punisher ultimate, but you're coming up on your own CA Machine to mirror it. You're coming up on your own Eye of Agamotto, your own final stand. Oh, the turret's just so strong. Nice little shield there. Zelda kind of singles out Shelby, who's again resurrected by Beryllium. But here it comes, a growl of death, and there goes Story, there goes Zelda. The back and the front line are a little bit weaker this time. Eye of Agamotto flies in onto the Cloak and Dagger. It is always ethical to solo ult support. I know it is. I have been the receiver of many solo ultimates. Dehydrated goes. Oh, I think that was Dehydrated actually was already on Strange and was one of the last ones to die. So there was absolutely no way of getting a teleport back to the objective there. So beautiful, kind of a mini reverse sweep there. I'll throw a mini one, an extra small one for Salty to actually find the reversal. Losing out on round 1, finding their win condition on round 2, and playing it damn near perfect on round 3. That's a 2-1 victory on Hell's Heaven, and that gives them a 1 point up advantage. They're already on match point. Quick look at this. Quick look at the stat boards yet again and again. They are not that far apart. The deaths are very similar. The eliminations are a little bit similar. Nikki did get 10 more than Nick did in the Punisher mirror, getting a 19 final hit versus just 12 from Nick, which is still very good. Let's not get it twisted. Same thing with Dehydrated. I think Dehydrated, maybe we could have gone right back over to the thing. I think that could have also been a swap that we could have made back. A decision we could look back on fondly there. But why even forgot we even had a Storm? You know, Nikki was, Nikki swapping over to the, what's it called? The Punisher was definitely the right call. Beautiful. That was amazing. That glass drop that was so good. They were all in this like little hallway. You just know that like Dino's brain was going absolutely haywire. Like, I need to use it right now. It's the perfect time, and it was that perfect time for that specific fight. Hi, Agamotto. Yeah, this was just a really, really great series. Or really great first map. It was a good map. I thought it was a whole series. No. We still definitely have at least another map to go, for sure. 1-0 so far. We do have Salty already technically on match point in the first of two. And, guys, I am no longer alone. I am so happy to introduce a amazing co-caster of mine. And Fletch, my man, how we doing?
I cleaned up and set up for tomorrow's tournament at my job very, very quickly just so I could come help you. I felt awful that we kind of left you out to dry all day. So I know it's a little bit last minute coming in here with, you know, max 2 maps on the back end of your cast, but I figured, you know, I've already got a game coming up anyway. Might as well hop in to try and help out while I'm available.
No, bro, I love you. I'm so thankful. It has been really fun, though. These matches have been really, really good. As I'm sure you caught the little tail end of the replays of our last map we just had, for Salty won that one. But I will say, this does give me a chance to actually have, like, water breaks and, you know, just and have someone else to yap with. Very exciting. Have you been able to tune into any of the matches, or are you coming in real fresh, real ready?
I watched a little bit of that first map, but like I said, I've been at work all evening. Yeah. So I was able to catch a little bit of the second and third points on that first map, but
huge. Yeah.
Pretty fresh when you consider that I'll legit put you on a little secret, Mott. I haven't interacted with Marvel Rivals in over a year.
Oh, well, it's okay. This is basically a new game, so it's okay. New patch, man.
So this is going to be really, really interesting for me because Marvel Rivals is a lot, man. It's so much.
I mean,
so much. But
this new patch, dude.
It's exciting.
I was going to say, this new patch is basically like relearning the game again. If anything, it's probably either the best time or worst time to get into Rivals again is just when no one knows what's going on anymore, because it's basically a brand new... the team-ups, there's over 150 of them. You can, and they're basically always available. There's reworks, there's, you know, of course, buffs and nerfs, as always. But listen, man, as long as I have somebody that is here for me, you got it. We are good to go.
Right here, bud.
It's really funny just because I actually messed up my own scheduling, so I had to flip-flop when I was available, which turned out to be better for today than tomorrow because more people were available for tomorrow. So it kind of worked out for the stream purposes, not for my voice, but it's okay. I will live. We're gonna have a little cough drop after this, some honey, and we're good.
couple more maps, bud. You'll get through it. But you know, we've been kind of just shooting it for the last few minutes. Can you?
Yeah.
Can you catch me up on you know what's been going on in this series?
Oh, absolutely. So, and I can kind of tell you about most of the series because a lot of the characters you've been seeing have been really just been well, not the same, but kind of similar here and there, right? A lot of Strange, a lot of Magnetos, a lot of Things, actually. Thing has also been a really, really popular one for a couple of these Vanguards we've been seeing. And Emma, I think you've been gone for a year, but Emma's still strong, so, not much has changed in that regard. She's still there.
That's what I noticed is, when I was looking at the characters, I recognized most of them. I know what they all did. Only one I didn't recognize was, I think they said her name was Bloodstone.
Yep, Elsa Bloodstone, probably one of the best DP. Guaranteed top 3. I would kind of argue Phoenix can kind of be in that as well as contention. But she is definitely up there. She's really strong. Her ultimate is a big displacement tool. There's a replay where Dino actually uses it in this just. It's kind of like during a Queen Rampage when you see people lined up in a hallway and you go crazy with it. It's kind of like that, where you just summon this thing and it grabs you and it bounces around the walls and stuff, and you're just completely displaced inside of it. And you should usually die if you get grabbed by the glass. It's called the glass trucks. So that's her ultimate. Her whole kit is very heavily favored for her to just win in general. So that's also a big one to look out for. Elsa Bloodstone. Punisher Rocket is kind of back because of the team-ups I was talking about earlier and how they're all making a return. So infinite ammo is on the table again for Punisher and Bucky to use. So that's also something to talk about.
I made good use of that back in Season 0.
We made good use of it.
I loved, oh man, I mean, my first Lord was Bucky. So...
Oh, you were the Bucky, and I was the Rocket. It's like, you know how, also every single map is valid except for Royal Palace with the Domination map. Everything else is on the table. So typically it has been like, of course, as always, loser chooses map and mode, and then winner chooses side. So you just goes path, and we'll see who defends and who attacks in a little bit.
This is the escort map, right? Not the...
Yeah.
Control.
Yeah, not the it's just because the control one
I know they're called something different in this game, but I don't know.
Don't worry, the domination version of it.
I know there's Vanguard, Duelist, and Strategist. I know that.
Yep, that's all you know, bro. That's all you gotta know. No, you're right. The domination version of this map is not legal. It has. It's been out of comp for, like, mad long. We have not seen Royal Palace since Season 1. I'm pretty sure. I'm, like, 90% sure.
Oh, my.
Why? I don't know. I loved it. I got to go in a little chandelier as, like, Rocket and just, like, not get messed with. It was great, but maybe that's why it was taken out. It was a little too broken in that regard, I guess. But here we are. Bands. They've expanded the bands. I think last time you might have been playing, it was only 2 bands. Now it's 3. 2 protects.
Okay. Yeah, this is super different. Get a look at the bands here early. Bloodstone
early
and Wolverine protected.
Yep. Yep.
Wolverine's interesting. Is that Phoenix? I think. Yeah.
That is Angela. That's Thor's sister.
Oh, okay.
She's a big flyer.
Shows how much I know.
No, she's such a valid band because she's almost like she's kind of like Captain America, but just like a flying version of him. Isn't that crazy? She's a big mosquito, but she can be so strong because of how much attention she pulls away from you. So her being banned, yeah, I'm good. I'm also good. I'm good. I don't want to deal with her either, especially on Convoy where she can just like zip around, do whatever she wants. Yeah, I'm extra good. Also, just so you know, you're gonna see probably the same 2 bans. It's been Magneto and Gambit last series too. Gambit is basically the Kitsune Rush of this game.
Okay.
That's what his ult does, and no one likes it, so he's always constantly banned.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw some stuff on TikTok about how he was always banned.
Yes.
So
he is pretty much perma-banned for very good reason. He also has an actual anti-heal. Like he's one of the only heroes that has one besides Venom's ultimate, which is not it's not valuable for a game that is so reliant on so much healing being put out and damage being put out. It's like, okay, any anti-heal, you're gonna just explode. So it's all the more reason to ban Gambit, ban Angela. Banning Storm, they went against Storm in the first game, so I don't think they want to deal with the ultimate. The Jeff NATO actually is what came out. The Jeff NATO again.
I also played a lot of Storm back in the day.
Heroes could make all the difference.
I had a lot of fun with her. I like the piercing. The piercing is fun.
Oh yeah. Oh dude, she got really good. Also, just like a couple of buffs in the new patch. Now, do I remember them? No, because I don't play Duelist, so I low-key don't look at Duelist. I don't look at the Duelist. I look straight at Strategist. And then the thing is also a pretty that's been a constant Vanguard that people have been playing. Is just the thing. Clobber time is really good. Stuns everybody in a cone effect, kind of like Ryan Shatter. And he also can't get displaced. He can't get CC'd, so you can't like grab him. We can't like do stuff like that. Cause to be fair, he's the thing. So I don't think I would be able to move him personally.
Yeah, I mean I recognize a lot of those heroes that I was seeing getting picked as we get ready to head into the map. I know I can tell you what most of them do. I know the thing punches. Well, the thing's banned. Crap.
That's all the knowledge. Dang it, no. No, there's a lot.
There's so many bans to think about. It's crazy.
There's like 45, over 45 characters in the game now, and they're gonna keep adding more and more, of course. Oh,
so crazy.
That's Strange Portal.
All right. Well, I also recognize that strat, but here we go. Yggdrasil's Path, map number 2 here. See NWL with Nick on that Iron Man, getting some good spam from the skybox. Salty Quentin having a back around the corner there, getting super duper low, but some great heals coming out from the side of SLT. But Nick is able to open it up, get rid of one of those supports. They do get the res in there from that rocket pylon, but it will actually be enough to get them back in this fight.
Sure will. What I love about the Iron Man is that you have such free reign to negate Nikki's Penny nest. You can't set up that nest, you can't set up anything else because it's getting rained down on by an aerial character. Look, they try to put him on the corner or right here around the bend of the objective. Not going to be enough. However, they are getting held here at this corner. This corner is so important on Yggdrasil's path because the fact that you can just mind your business and everyone has such free silent of you, like Shelby, who has swapped, actually, may I say this real quick, she has swapped off of the Vanguard role, going over to Duelist role and giving that over to Nikki Blub instead.
Okay, well, Zelda coming in with the slam, able to pummel down that Wolverine of Tox, following it up with the pick on it to Shelby. Of course, another res coming through from that rocket pylon of Beryllium. So still well in this fight is SLT. We saw them come back just for that reason in the last fight, but dehydrated coming through with that pick onto Tox once again. The Wolverine getting jumped very, very consistently here as it looks to NWL are inching closer, but the respawn's coming through. Nick Andro able to drop that Iron Man ultimate, get rid of Quentin as that Invisible Woman ult goes away. They throw up one of their own, and it will get them this objective as soon as they can get rid of the vermin.
No, literally the vermin, the rat, if you will. Beryllium doing, honestly, as much work as possible as Rocket to stall that objective. Maybe hoping and praying for a tank swap to go to Strange, get a TP in, but not going to happen for Salty this time. The Noctua Owls are going to be able to move through, gaining another 2.5 minutes, so extending their time bank to just over 4 minutes, and now they need to start pushing up. However, Salty Quentin has already read their mind. I mean, he's up there already trying to mitigate as much space as humanly possible to make sure that their team of Noctua do not get there. Now, here comes a Glass Trowel, though. From the back is insane, but hopefully it gets value.
Yeah, that's insane. The healing in this game is ridiculous, but the Wolverine of Tox coming through, that ultimate claims 2, one more with the pommel melee, and the rest of the team there to clean that up. Beautifully done there from Tox to bring back a fight that looked like it might have been lost.
I love how, and I also do like how aggressive that Dino was playing, but I don't know if it was communicated to the team correctly. Neither do I think Dino was able to make a safe rotation to the back of the Salty crew. So with that in mind, it's like, okay, you've lost a Glass Trowel, you have the God of Thunder, but look how much pressure is being put onto the attackers right now from our defenders. Salty are playing, and they do not want to lose any more progression.
You see Quentin with that ultimate ready to go here on it. This Emma Frost going to throw it into this fight, get that mind control rolling. Bucky in. We're getting armed and dangerous again and again here. One pick there, not quite able to keep that ult going, but it's more than enough to put this fight away. Is welcome. That okay?
Nice.
Sure, that was something that happened, I guess.
Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry. Sometimes things just kind of happen. A lot of visual noise in this game, but listen, we're gonna see the reversal of that. Zelda comes in with one of his own, and it results in a triple kill for Noctua Owls.
Yeah, I mean, Nick able to come through with that Unibeam. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called.
I think so.
In the chest. Nice, beautiful cleanup there of that Frost ultimate.
They have under 2 minutes, which is not the greatest amount of time, but also you're not that far from capping point B. You do have to deal with the Spider Time. You have to deal with the Invis Boundary, which does have the reversal of that being the Enfant Fate of Both Worlds from the attackers. Now, it all comes down to who comes down first. It's gonna be Shelby on that Phoenix, taken down by Dino.
Nick has this destructive Iron Man ultimate, going to drop it down on Tox's forehead. These ults going awry for the side of Salty. Unibeam not quite able to catch this rocket out. Trying to keep that charge going. Finally able to break that ultimate down. The spam continues here from the skybox for Nick as that Invisible Woman ult comes up, but Tox brings it right back down to the ground. Beautifully done there by the Wolverine to keep this NWL squad at bay.
60 seconds left. You heard Galactica say it, and it's very much true. I will give a big shout out to Tox because between game 1, round 1, and game 2, I've been seeing a lot more consistent ultimates from the Wolverine that I wasn't really seeing earlier. There were times, Fletch, where Tox was holding on to the last stand for 2, 3 fights between rounds, right? So I'm glad we're seeing it actually get used and get so much value. That's what I want to see more of. We have to make sure Salty are able to build up to not only the Emma Frost ultimate, but also the Ansong Inferno. That Ansong Inferno will mitigate Enfant's Red Beard Beacon wherever it possibly is. And there it is. First, the Sonic Seduction. Do we live it? Zelda does not.
Zelda exploding there. Does get the res back through, but they're coming back into a fight where everybody on this Nocturne Owls squad, with the exception of Dehydrated here up on this high ground, is already sent back to spawn. We're going to see the Penny ultimate come in, and Zelda will explode once more, and Salty will be able to stonewall right before the door here on this second objective.
They sure will. Really fantastic hold here from the Salty crew. Truly not allowing Noctua Owls to get any further than that. Now you are in the hot seat. You are in the spotlight, if you will. Can you get through first point? Because sometimes Yggdrasil's path can be really difficult to break through that initial first objective, especially the other team. I'm not even sure if it's really run anymore, but back before, a lot of teams would actually run triple Vanguard, triple strategists on the defense because with of course a Strange in there. Because of the fact that what are you going to do? Bully us off the point? And then if your Strange dies first, just TP right back and you have a free secondary fight on the first objective. Right in that corner usually as well. So it all comes down to that. Some swaps do happen here, Fletch. We do see Nick going over to the Star-Lord, which I am definitely a big fan of. I think Star-Lord is going to put a lot more pressure onto Nikki, who is like, you know what, maybe I don't play Iron Man. I think I'm gonna go right back over to the Emma Frost, and Shelby is actually will be on the Human Torch side of things, giving the full team up potential to Poke Golden.
All right, this is the game on the line here for the side of NWL. They have a win condition to keep their series alive. NWL need to stop Salty right before that second point hits. Coming around at this first corner here. Quentin up in the front, of course, onto that Strange, trying to hold that shield up, but Zelda able to just punch right through it with that pummel onto that Emma Frost, able to get rid of the Strange very quickly.
Sure will. Poor Salty Quentin just could not stay that main ground for any longer than a couple of seconds. That's the thing about, again, this initial corner, then the secondary corner. It's the same song and dance, just a different day. Comes the engagement from the Wolverine, but as you can see, Emma Frost is one of the best anti-dives in the game. One grab, one kick, and you're done.
Nah. Shoving Tox right back in to spawn there. Pokey Golden looking a little bit worse for wear. Goes it down to the Star-Lord of Nick, and it will be the res coming back through on a Dino who did end up falling, and it's going to be a couple more switches here for the side of Salty.
Sure will, but they're good swaps, right? First of all, the Venom, another dive, so they are kind of leading more into a diver composition with the Venom in tow alongside the Wolverine, so a little bit overwhelming that Emma Frost ideally, which it doesn't really work out because there's a penny nest right in front of your face, and you are in the realm of hurt with this Emma Bloodstone.
Yeah, this game is so wild. It feels like the fights either take 10 years or 10 seconds. Like, it's so dynamic, and just strange for me to come in and watch, man. You know, as we get ready to head back into this next engagement. Of course, that penny still holding the corner, now under a little bit of pressure by this Wolverine, able to get away after getting webbed up there. Not too worried about it. Gets thrown down to the ground, but again, not too worried about it as Nocturne able to come through. Nick with the pick. Shelby will be brought back with that rocket res pylon. Invisible Woman ult in play here as the penny runs around manically.
Yeah, trying to set up those mines, and look at the rocket being looked at by the Elsa Bloodstone, trying to run away like the rat that they are. But while that's happening, there is a Galactic Legend on the high ground from the side of Nick, right onto Pokey Golden. And I think, yeah, Dino said, "Oh, there's two people in this little place. I'm good." This here, see what A-Machine does it committed. We're gonna do a very extended fight here, coupling that with the Ensling Inferno, finding a double kill for Shelby, solidifying the win for her team.
I feel like if you're Nick, you just go down there. Not worth staying around too much longer, but
Only 60 seconds left.
this is interesting. Sure, that means a swap? Probably. No, okay, no. So I forgot that Strange just exists.
Strange, yep.
I forgot Strange exists. No, okay, yeah. Aya Agamotto comes out here. 4 players affected by the stoppage of time. Quentin able to come through with the pick on to the Invisible Woman, and Shelby with 2 picks of their own. There are some picks going the way of Nocturne Owls, but nothing that is going to put this fight in their favor any more than it would have been anyway.
Yeah, no, we are definitely going over getting... I will say, the unfortunate part about this is the lack of time that Salty is going to have versus Noctua Owls, right? They're not going to have the same, like, what, 4, almost 5 minutes that I think Noctua Owls were able to garner for themselves, but I think if they keep playing aggressively, especially with Shelby keeping that aggressiveness with the Phoenix under her belt, we should be good to see these guys hopefully finish off strong with 2-0. If not, you and I both know where this is going to go. It'll go to map number 3.
Yeah. And a good job from the side of NWL to get that Wolverine passive out early, get rid of the Wolverine of Tox. Been such a nightmare, and without that ferocious beast in the backline, it's going to be a walk down here for NWL. Quentin does come back with that res. We have the Invisible Woman ult ready to go on both sides. It will actually be Zelda that starts this fight out, though, with the mind control. Pokey Golden going to try and keep their team up with this Invisible Woman ult. Now we're going to see the aimbot in here from Nick, who's able to just track down these players so beautifully from the sky. That character is a nightmare. No damage fall off for that ultimate, and it's a terrifying one to see in that kind of fight.
I was gonna say, I saw the Invis boundary from Pokey Golden get used, and then I saw Nick have the check mark ready, and I was like, this is not going to be a pretty fight for Salty to deal with. And Beryllium, I will give credit is due. Beryllium did not let up, did not put down a CGL machine to try to survive during that, so I do want to give that credit, because now you have an advantage. You have damage boost potential versus Story's Spider Time, right, which she could use here, but you're down Salty very
just
early.
Explode like that. Alright, well, Quinn is able to come back, of course. We're going to see Spider Time drop those webs all over the floor. It is a trade, unfortunately, for the side of NWL. It's 1-for-1 talks for the penny. We're going to see the damage boost come out from the side of NWL this time, and it will be enough to put them ahead in this fight. It's not over just yet, as you see the Rocket trying to get tracked down by this Emma Frost, but it's just Nikki Bub left alive on this objective. So will be some respawns coming through, but this is such a brutal stagger.
It is 8 seconds left to go, and they're going to try to have Salty go over to the Doctor Strange to teleport right back in, right on top of the objective. But 1 second left to go. Do we make it in time? Oh my gosh! Where did Shelby come from with the Venom? Well, the Venom team up, kind of. She dies to the minefields. She's able to come back. Now what's next?
Yeah, we're going to see the Eye of Agamotto actually come through from Quentin here. Good for the pick onto Chara, but Chara able to just come back instantly, of course. Always have that rocket pylon when you need it. Coming back into that fight very, very quickly. This Emma Frost ultimate coming out, trying to pull them off the cart. Almost got it done. Got that Strange walking right toward them. Tox still out of this fight. It's a 6v5, and it will be for the foreseeable future. Nice little web up there on to the Doctor Strange. We see the ultimate come through from Nick Andro, going to pop the Raccoon, and the 3 players dead for the side of Salty. And Mott, we're going to a map number 3.
Hell yeah, we are! We're going map number 3. Let's do this! What a hold. What a reversal. Truly, from Noctua Owls. They have made it a 2-1 victory for themselves, holding with the Penny Parker, with the Emma Frost, with the Inviswoman, with the Galactic Legend of the Star-Lord. All swaps that I think have been so impactful, and I will reiterate once again, seeing the Invis boundary get procced prior to seeing the Galactic Legend get used is always going to be devastating, especially if you're not running a composition that is hyper defensive, like an Invis Loki, like an Invis Cloak and Dagger, like a Cloak and Dagger Luna. Like, that's the unfortunate part of it. Rocket CYA machine, yes, it's giving you shields over time. Not heals, shields over time. Yes, it's giving you a damage boost. Yes, you can try to focus down that Star-Lord with said damage boost. However, it is impossible to do if there is a Penny in your face using Spider Time, if there is a Emma Frost in your face, making your dive a lot more difficult than it has to be. Poor Tox and Salty, who were just victims of the opposing Emma Frost from Zelda, right? Multiple times. It was just going to come down to ult usage, ult priority, and ult tracking. And I think Salty definitely had, Noctua, I think, definitely had an advantage when it came to that.
Phenomenally done by Nocturne here on Yggdrasil Path. Looked a little bit stifled at the end of their attack, but yeah, I couldn't agree more. Just beautifully done coming through on their defense, able to keep Salty at bay, keep themselves in this series. So, as I said earlier, map number 3 on the horizon, and Mott, you have a little bit more insight about, you know, what these players might want. Where do you think that Salty might want to take us here for map number 3?
Well, we already did Convoy, so that leaves us only with Convergence, and that's your Lower Manhattans, that is your Central Parks, that's your Hall of the Jalias. And in the past, that's when oh my god, this was another one we were just on, but I don't remember it whatsoever. Oh, the Heart of Heaven. These are all maps that could go to. We have seen Heart of Heaven. We have seen actually the Symbiotic Surface as some favorites to be seen here, but I have always been harping about some other favorites like Central Park, for example, like Lower Manhattan, that have been played in the past in pro play. If you're thinking about MRI for MRC, MRI, of course that's Ignite, and of course. So we do have, they're going quick, which I do appreciate. We do have our map 3 coming up on deck here, and it is going to be in New York. Not quite Lower Manhattan, but like if you go like 2 train rides up, you'll get there. We're going over to Central Park instead, which I'm a little scared because of how well Shelby plays Phoenix. And Phoenix, your hit scans, Phoenix Hella, even Black Widow, who did get a rework, by the way, and has been really, really prominent as of late. They're going to really like Central Park here.
I'm not gonna lie, Mott. I don't know anything about this map.
Let me tell you, this map is, first of all, I actually like this map a lot. I think it's a very nice, visually beautiful map. In my opinion, I love the red. It's very red and gray and blue, and it's pretty. But the first point is literally so good for defenders, especially if you see that Penny Parker again. Bro, you're going to see what I mean. I can describe it all I want, but you're going to see exactly what I mean by where you're holding on defense. There's not even an equivalent map that I can think of that is as busted for defenders, in my opinion, as Central Park is. Because you have high ground, you have natural cover, you have vertical cover, you have verticality in general, and there's one choke you can go through. There is a small like flank area, but that's only for flyers and things like Spider-Man that can traverse the pit of nothing that's right over it. You'll see. You'll see. I don't even think of a equivalent in Overwatch that I can tell you that translates to Central Park. You just have to see it for yourself. It's great.
I trust you. I mean, you're the expert here, big dog. Like, I'm really, really interested because I've played on both of the first 2 maps that we saw in this series. This is one, like I said, I could be misremembering about when I, actually stopped actively playing, but I do not know that much about how this kind of map should be played or how it is played. So I'm really, really interested to see how these teams come through with, of course, the bans first, and then the strategy to play the game. And Wolverine is the first character out here trying to keep Tox at bay.
Yeah, I must say, can't keep Tox out. Tox gonna find someone else to play. Do not worry. And we're gonna see the return of the Magneto ban. I will say I'm a little bit scared because we did not ban Gambit, so this does open up Gambit to being protected in general, which could be really impactful, could not be really impactful. We gotta see how that might work because Gambit, as I said, is basically the Kiriko of this game. It does everything under the sun besides my taxes, so we do see the Thing protection here as well as the Angela protect. So the Angela, I think, is to kind of initiate a flying composition that can break through, that can basically just skip the hard part of first point attack.
You get netties on that. Gambit, do my taxes.
I can't, please, like, at this point, he does everything else in the game. Why not do my taxes for me? I'll give you my information right now. Please.
Alright, oh, we're getting closer to the end of these bans, and Gambit's still not on the screen yet, so very much in play here.
Yep. Getting a little scared. What's not going to be in play, though, is unfortunately you're not going to see the infinite ammo with at least with Punisher. We could see it with, like, Bucky instead, right? Which would be really fun, and a little callback, a little throwback, if you will. Also Bloodstone again, and Jeff banned? They did rework Jeff a little bit. I don't think, you might have not been here for it.
They protected Jeff last mat and didn't play it.
Like... Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. don't question it.
Okay.
Ooh,
okay, so Gambit will be available to be played here.
Yep. And not Emma though, which I think that might be more important than the lack of a Gambit ban is the Emma ban in general because of how strong it was working for Noctua Owls. I think that's actually really important. And Jeff ults is the exact same, but when he actually goes down for his ult, he leaves behind this basically a circle of healing. Yeah, a circle of healing number 25. But it makes his ult a lot more defensive, which is I think it's a really good change that they made to Jeff, and he no longer has like infinite
Swim?
Swim. Yeah, thank you. I was like, what's the word for like being like he's not digging.
He's like it's water.
Yeah,
like,
he
just
kind
of makes
swimming.
water.
Which is actually like low-key a nice skill. Imagine I can just like go down the earth and like create a bubble of water around me that's like indestructible.
It's like the the one Senior Pink from One Piece, where he's just able to swim through stuff. It's not exactly the same, but
it's like similar. That's good. That's a good reference though. I think so. Ooh, hold on. Oh, we haven't seen the dinosaur either.
Devil Dinosaur.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Devil Dinosaur either. This is gonna be interesting. Okay.
Oh no! That's gore of my front and back line. Poor Zelda, poor Antifont. Listen,
they're angry. They're fuming.
Oh, the
They're
replay!
mad.
What? We're instant replaying this?
They're so mad.
We're instant replaying this?
Hippie.
We're instant replaying.
They have families, Bippy. Leave them alone, bro.
Oh, unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to see Tox kind of pop off on Thornwood for a second there.
I know this.
Yeah, this is the one that I it's hard to attack on it sometimes.
Okay. All right, here we go. Now that we've gotten through our bit, I guess we're gonna see the Devil Dinosaur versus the Thing in the front line, with that Penny supporting from a little bit further back. Quentin taking a lot of damage, but you know, I mean, okay, gets a little bit low there. Able to run away for a moment and come back in just as swiftly because the healing in this game is absolutely ridiculous. We're coming up on Salty's ult here, but Nick is able to come through with those exploding playing cards, pick out Tox here super early. They're going to get Shelby back into the fight with that the pylon there from the Rocket Raccoon, as we're going to see the fight move over to this objective. Going to throw up that Invisible Woman ultimate to try and keep their team healthy, as we see Chara come in with the Mantis ult themselves. Still nobody going down as Spider Time also comes out. This is Marvel Rivals incarnate. Build up ults and throw everything at the wall until something works. Spider Time goes away. We're going to hear the Clobbering Time come through. Dehydrated, caught up in the webs, not going to be able to find much value out of that ultimate. Dino has an ultimate of their own there on the Elsa Bloodstone. But Chara able to come through, get the pick on PokeGolden. But of course, PokeGolden already back with the help of the Rocket Raccoon. This Penny of Nikki Bub in the front line trying to keep this fight going as the resources begin to dwindle here for Salty. And as Nikki Bub goes down, Tox is just able to kill 3. 4, make it 4. Make it 4, not. Just make it 4.
So I also want to quickly mention that fight took around 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Give or take.
Yeah.
And everything was used, everything was built up and used at least one time. And I will say, Tox waiting for the perfect moment to use the Starlord ultimate was extremely risky. But it ended up paying off big bucks in the end for Salty, because now Noctua Owls, they have to try to build up to another Karmic Resurgent, build up to another Clobber Time, another Dino Ultimate as well, literally from both of them, the Dino and the Dino character and player. But you have Beryllium, who has this way machine. Enfant does die here. There's no res, but there is still 2 strategists here from Noctua Owl, so they could still keep going if they wanted to, but they had to deal with this UA machine from Beryllium at some point, as we get to only 30 seconds left in the first round.
Undefeatable, Chara says on that Mantis, trying to keep this going for Nocturne here. Clobbering Time, the Invisible Woman stunned up briefly, but again, this Clobbering Time has not found the value that you would like out of that very, very long stun. Spider Time enters the fray here as Nikki Bub is caught up on a lot of things, I'll say, both environment and players alike. We're going to see the Invisible Woman ult come back up for Infantnik and Dro, able to drop that Gambit ult as well. Another long, drawn-out fight where Salty Quentin is the only one with an ultimate right now. Clobbering Time comes out. It's a 1-for-1 trade here. Shelby tracked down 2 for 2. Still a 4 versus 4 in this fight. Clobbering everybody in their path is Salty here, and they are able to get the full hold. Not even a tick, mod.
All that work. All that work, and what did it amount to? Nothing.
0.00%.
Yeah, literally 0 time 0.00%. 0 nothing. And look at the stats, man. Like, even I actually think it's very impressive that everyone besides Shelby died either none, which is incredible for Salty. Are you kidding me? Or they died only 1 time. That is genuinely insane to me. I don't know how the backline, and again, I think because they were running a triple support backline, triple stratus backline, where you're just not going to die, because even if your Mantis dies early, well, you have the Gambit still putting out a ton of healing and damage potential. You still have the Invisible building up to the Invis boundary over and over and over again, and also not really getting much pressure being put onto her at the same time, so it feels like Noctua Owls just could not. They could not break through that, so now they have to draw here. There's no other if, ands, or buts about it. You need to be able to get a draw here. And they're going to try to do that by kind of mirroring some of the same characters that we had seen on that first round. Of course, with Penny Parker, a mainstay on this map. And I also didn't talk about it, but the fact that she was not banned, the fact that we're prioritizing a Magneto ban over a Penny Parker ban, a Jeff ban, is crazy to me because she is so strong. Again, with the resurgence of the team-up system, Rocket adds to the Spider Mine count as well with his own res beacon. So we're gonna go for a quick little TP, hopefully from the back, and see if we can attack this point as quickly as possible with 4 minutes to go.
Alright, yeah. Coming in here, 4 minutes. They only need 33% of this objective. Tox is already dead. Beryllium follows in suit, and the quick flank strategy not quite working out like Salty would have liked here.
Unfortunately not. It's a cheeky one. And it's good to do it early because it is like on a 2-minute cooldown, whatever. So you'll have it for last fight if need be, if you need a very, very much last-minute touch. But we're going to see a couple of imperative swaps. Of course, that's not going to work anymore as they realize, hey, Noctua Owls are running a triple Vanguard. And they're running 3-1-2, which is the first we've seen on the stream so far. I've been kind of keeping track of all the compositions we've been seeing. And Salty have actually foregone a second tank. They have decided to go triple duelists to try to shred these Vanguards a little bit more consistently, especially the spam damage between the Moon Knight and a little bit of the Star-Lord too.
Oh
and Salty Quentin trapped and just explodes.
That's not something you saw all that much on the defense. Of course, Quentin surviving so long before, but just absolutely eviscerated. Does get the res back into the fight, but now the backline pressure is on, but Salty Quentin able to turn around and help out quite well. Moon Knight ultimate being called down, getting rid of Dino on that Elsa.
Oh no.
See a 1v1 fight over there on the far edge of the map as we're gonna see Spider Time come through to try and keep this in the pocket, but it's just not going to be enough. Everybody turns to look at the Penny Parker. 33% captured in 2 minutes. That's enough to put Salty ahead and capture that point, get the map, get the series win.
Well done. Very well done. I do have to give credit where credit is due. I think that defense could have worked if the res beacons weren't so strong, so well timed, because sometimes you don't control who gets res, but the fact that Salty Quentin ran into the Elsa trap, because that's what she puts down as these traps, puts him in place, and then that's why he exploded so quickly. But then bang, rocket res, bang, Hano Khonshu, bang, 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 everyone's dead. Everyone's just exploding to all this spam damage, all of this extra damage output that Dino cannot rival playing Elsa Bloodstone alone. And again, I do understand the idea of the triple Vanguard composition here, but at the same time, you're leaving yourself so vulnerable to not have that DPS output, to not have that level of just sheer cohesiveness without at least another DPS to duel these 3 Vanguards. So, or the duel the rest of the team here. So, with that being said, what a good series. 3-map series. Could have gone to draw. Thank goodness it did not, because we are holding up we're holding up round 4. We're definitely holding up round 4 a little bit here. But my goodness, it was such a good series either way.
Yeah, excellent series, and once again, congratulations to Salty getting the win here in round number 3. Of course, like you said, we're behind a little bit, so as we watch these replays come through, we look forward to the 4th and final round here of Swiss tonight, where, you know, some of these teams are going to look to lock up their spot in the bracket phase. That was
sure
funny.
Are. No, yo.
That was funny.
No, and then the instant replay. My producer is messy. My producer is extremely messy, and y'all can jump him if you want. I will not defend him for that one. It was a good strat, and it did work.
I will because I think it's funny.
What?
I think it's so funny.
It was great timing. It was just okay. Let's move on. Replay.
I'm not gonna tell you not to jump him, but it was very, very funny.
It was hilarious. And listen, there's a couple of times during today's series that, like, some strangers did try to go for a portal play, and that was the only one that actually connected. So listen, kudos. And it got 2. It got 1 Vanguard, 1 strategist. GG, shake my hand. You know, that's a wrap-up of the Noctua Owls and Salty game. Again, 2-1 for Salty. We were the ones holding the bracket behind, so we're going to cut to a quick break. I'm going to hop off, take a very long break called a nap, maybe a sleep at this point, a coma if you will, but we're going to come back with round 4 when it generates on challenge, and we'll have our last series coming up for you in hopefully a couple of minutes.
All right, welcome back, everybody. For the last 3 hours, you've had some competent, intelligent commentary from the illustrious Mataneva, who knows so much about this game. Welcome to the Clown Show. It is me and Joker here to bring you through our last game of the night. So strap in. If nothing else, this game is going to be so much fun.
Yeah, we talked about this. We're gonna try to deliver you some hype moments. And that's really about it. If you're here for competent Marvel Rivals analysis, you should go watch our official Coach Gamers. Over there, we have two of them. One of them only today. Weasel Cake is live right now for it's been live all evening long. And Beeman Bandit will be joining her as well starting tomorrow. NA only, unfortunately. But we also do have some EU games happening tomorrow as well, early in the morning for NA, obviously in evening in the NA, or evening in EU. As we take a look here at how the summer Splashdown is going, as we're headed into round number 4. We've got Jonklers versus Kaba Team Hippo here tonight to end things off. And right, I mean, Jonklers looking to end this round of in a 500, right? Kaba Team Hippo looking for that second win as well. See who's going to get that illustrious 500.
Yeah, probably not much hope of making the bracket stage, but all you can do is what you can do, and one of these teams has got to win, so at least put yourself in the best position that you can to get into that next stage, no matter what. First up, let's get a look at our squads. It's Jonklers up here. Dongus Jamboree and Noir coming in for that Vanguard role. Shritu and Delmira Dawn on the... What is it?
Strategist.
No, not strategist. It's the other one. it's duelist.
That's what.
Duelist. Okay. Duelist. And then the strategist will be a small huntress and Jonkler. Jonkler's looking to get back to 500.
Yeah, and then we'll take here a look at Kaba Team Hippo as well. As Blade, I believe is how that is said. Let me pull those up. Yep. Bladed. Blood Shoal, One Hand Widow, Dead Shot on Dylan, and Tiger rounding out Kaba Team Hippo. But we have our first map of the night now, evening if you're in other time zones other than Eastern. But we have Hell's Heaven going to be starting off our matchup today.
Yeah, what we as Overwatch players know as Control. I would be hard pressed to actually know what the map types are called over here right now, unfortunately. But it is a King of the Hill style map that we saw.
Domination.
What do you got, Joker? You look like you want to say something.
It's Domination. It's called Domination.
Okay, maybe hopefully I'll learn that and remember that by the end of the weekend. Domination up first. A King of the Hill style map in Russia. Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, obviously it should be an interesting type of matchup. I'm interested to see what these teams decide to run. Was learning about what kind of is meta right now.
So,
and we'll see, right?
Just based off of my very limited experience, right, and what Mott told me while we were together, it's going to be a lot of Strange, a lot of Emma, There's a couple of different duelist options that the players tend to pick from based off of their comfortability. Penny Parker is a very, very strong option right now, able to control large swaths of area with her spider nest. So I think that at the very least, those three characters, those three heroes, we will see at some point during this series. Another one that's very, very prominent is going to be Rocket Raccoon. Just being able to bring back any one person, whoever dies first in a fight with that resurrection pylon is so powerful. So expect to see Rocket Raccoon. Other than that, you're looking at Invisible Woman. Some outlier picks could be like a Mantis, a Wolverine, and some stuff like that to try and pick up the pace of the game just a little bit more than these Penny Strange comps would.
All I know is if we see Gambit, the other team's throwing, because
we had Gambit at the end of last series.
Gambit's OP. We shouldn't see Gambit. If Gambit's not banned, that's crazy. We're surprised.
All right.
As we take a look at our ban phase here, Venom, one of the tanks that I was told about, very good at the moment. So Jonkler's getting that out of the way, and there's the obvious Gambit ban. We'll see what the techs are going to be here now for Kaba. It'll definitely give us an idea of what Kaba wants to play here with a Mantis Protect coming in. That was very prevalent when triple support was meta. There's a Rocket Raccoon gets protected as well.
Yeah. And that one is pretty relevant now. An Ultron ban. Okay. Sure. Why not? Maybe they have some information on the other team that they like to play the Ultron. Because, unlike Overwatch, these players can just ban whatever they want whenever they want, right? They're not limited.
And it feels like Ultron kind of not where it once was in terms of power levels. Daredevil getting banned out as well. A thing getting a protect here as well for Kaba. Interesting look there. We'll see what this final protect is going to be from Jonklers. It's going to be Hulk coming in. Kind of an obvious pick. Feels like a mainstay tank player, tank hero for this entire time that Marvel Rivals has been live.
Emma Frost and Penny Parker, the last two bans to come through here for map number 1 on this series. Pretty interesting. This makes me think that these teams are going to want to be up in each other's faces pretty consistently. Hulk and Thing essentially kind of do the same thing, right? They like to jump into your face and pummel you down. With the protects of the Mantis and the Thing, though, for this side of Kaba, that makes me think that they will opt for something closer to the triple Vanguard or triple strategist backline that we used to see. We saw it a little bit at the end of the last series. Doesn't actually look like it's going to be the case here. It's just going to be a very, very in-your-face brawl composition for Kaba and Jonklers alike.
Yeah, and obviously Mantis has that AoE team-up ability that is very, very prevalent, well, at least at some times. I forget who the team-up is with, but I know that is something to look at for. But I'll see how things get underway as Kaba and Jonklers look to take the fight to each other. Nice stun up coming through, and they're going to find that opening pick here. Noir is going to get traded back. Blades Howl's out. It looks like Jonklers have the upper hand with the Jonkler finding Delmira and back into this fight. Now we'll see if they're going to be able to keep going, and it is going to be Jonklers taking that first capture.
Yeah, first capture comes through for the Jonklers here. Kaba playing it a little bit safer as Bloodshowl is actually going over to that Devil Dinosaur. It's Cloak and Dagger of Dylan here trying to keep their team alive and well, doing a very good job of it for the moment. Now going in with that cloak form, get a little bit of damage in, help out. We're going to see the Rocket Ultimate come through. The Devil Dinosaur will explode on impact, and it will be, again, Jonklers able to come back through. And, you know, they were kind of on the back foot in that fight, but able to come through with that Rocket Ultimate.
We'll see here now. Dongus Jamboree looking to get things started in a second. Small Huntress as well has his ultimate ready to go when necessary, right? So definitely something to pop in mid-fight, but we'll see as they're going to already start things off very early on. Clobbering time coming out from Bladed, but now they're going, it's the Luna Snow ult. The dead shot comes in with a couple kills there for Kaba to get back into the thick of it, and it looks like Kaba will be able to flip control.
Yeah, Deadshot with that Elsa ultimate coming through huge with the hat trick. Beautifully, beautifully done as we come into this next fight. Two ultimates on either side, just about. Dongus and Delmira with the Thing and Magic ultimates respectively. Dylan and One Hand with theirs. Gonna see the Earthbound come through. Very, very high damage. I mean, One Hand Widow coming through huge with that ultimate there. Able to get the reset going. Not quite able to find the second, though, unfortunately, to keep that ultimate rolling. Chonkler able to drop down that Rocket ultimate. Keep that team healthy with the shield and the damage boost, as well as that Magic ultimate comboing it together beautifully. And now they're going to be hard-pressed to get a touch here for Kaba that's going to mean anything in particular.
Yeah, we'll see here now as Tiger does have an ult ready to go in a second here with the Soul Resurgence, right? So we'll see if that's going to help Bloodshow also having this Meteor M all ready, and we'll see if it's going to come through. There's the clobbering time out from the Thing, now out coming through. Bloodshow is still waiting to hold it out, and they're still walking forward. Dungus Jamboree finding Bladed out. Point flips back over to Kaba. So now they're going to try to come through on this fight. Still waiting, still looking. Shirito not going to be able to find anything there with that ultimate, with the Living Chi there, and now they're going to have to heal up and back away.
Yeah, and I mean, they have all the time in the world because I think there was 4 players still alive when they decided to disengage, so they've got some time to come back through. The one ultimate for the side of Kaba is going to be Bloodshow's One-Handed Widow coming up on one of their own. Looking for the engagement, and it will be Small Huntress popping that ultimate. Bloodshow going to try and get rid of it with the Magneto. Armed and dangerous One-Hand Widow able to come through huge, get the reset, get 2 going. Not quite going to be able to find the third in time to get that next reset. Trying to keep this fight going from the backline is Shonkler. This rat is so hard to kill. Now even harder with the help of the shield and the damage boost of that ultimate from Shonkler. Able to put this fight away here on the first submap of Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, really good see. Now they're going to see, they still have that strange portal to the point here, so it's going to be a while for things to cool down. Oh, maybe not. No one getting there in the end. And round 1 of Hell's Heaven, Super Soldier Factory going to Jonklers.
Very, very tight game there on Super Soldier Factory. as we head over to Eldritch Monument.
30 seconds
See if
before
there
you
are
attack.
any changes
Get ready.
going to be coming through. Doesn't look like it all that much. Bloodshowl does actually opt to go back over to the Hulk, though. The only major change.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it makes sense. We might be seeing an invisible woman from Bladed. An interesting change there, as they were
4, 3,
running something completely different earlier, right?
They're running
Okay,
Mantis. Tiger was running Mantis.
capture